Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, June the 17th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Gonna get a quick sound check. Thank you. You can see and you can hear. Great. All right. Now, before I get going in this, again, I don't often talk about any pink sheet stocks, but again, you just might want to keep an eye on that Hertz, HTZGQ. Let me just get the symbol in here. HTZGQ. There we go. So take a look at what it's doing. A little pre-market action already, but I mean, it's just it's moving higher and higher and higher, month to month to month. Again, old Hertz. They did receive some financing. I can't remember exactly when, but it's it's just kind of interesting to watch this one. Now, NNOX. Big move. Is it still up there? Wow. Well, actually, it's fallen quite a bit. Shoot, this was shortable too. I was doing some other things. I was kind of watching this one to see if there would be a short opportunity. NNOX, FDA application. It just ripped higher on that news. Israeli stock, but it has pulled back quite a bit now from 33 down to 30, 10%. CLSD. This was a big one yesterday. I think it was yesterday. Yeah, the last 2 days actually. Big sell-off. 2 days ago got up to, what are we now? Thursday, so that's Tuesday. 481 sold down. So a little bit choppy yesterday, but now it's taken out Thursday or Tuesday's high. CLSD. Boy, this has room. CVAC, this got just pummeled after hours yesterday. CVAC. And I mean pummeled, and it's still down a lot, I believe. Yeah, 45%. German stock, negative COVID data. So, wow, just got absolutely devastated after hours yesterday. Look at this. It's kind of maintaining those lows. KULR. Don't think I'd seen this one before. KULR. Still up 31%, but it has pulled way back from 554-ish. William said he shorted it 3 times or so. This was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Kind of an interesting press release. They received a permit to transfer lithium batteries and I guess other types of batteries on cargo aircraft. That was their big news. This RSLS it was the last one I put on my list. RSLS. And let's see. Okay, so this, I gotta make sure this is right. Oh, I see. So this is not a pink sheet stock anymore. This is actually okay. So this is actually a Nasdaq stock. It started trading yesterday on Nasdaq. It's not a pink sheet stock anymore. I better let Brad know that. All right, so clear that up. So we'll have to get that changed. Vino, this was a big one yesterday, but it is, it's gapped down quite a bit. 24%. There's a big one yesterday. Got all the way up to 9. It's at 6 right now. APOP. Something to do with a proposed merger. the registration statement for a proposed merger. This is why APOP is up. PHAS. This used to be a wild one back a few years ago. PHAS. Let's see, European license. And it was whoever they're collaborating with, they've received a $20 million upfront payment. That's PHAS. Ride. I was watching Ride. Ride broke down through 10. Is it still down through 10? Yeah, it's just sitting at 10. Okay. And NOVN gapping down big on a financing news. I don't know if the price is, yeah, there it is, $11 a share. When I first read it, they hadn't announced the share price, so it's $11 a share, so it's a little bit above the financing price. That is NOVN, but it is down 18%. Big volume. Look at the volume. Now, this didn't really have too much pre-market action, at least when I looked at it, but we have to keep watching Kroger, I think. One of the few companies releasing earnings today, and, you know, as name recognition. So, but it's doing nothing. Absolutely zip on its, and this was pre-market. So yeah, it's going absolutely nothing. A little bit of volume. It's a big float. I don't know if I mentioned MTP. This is another cheap one. Cheap bio. Yeah, it's actually holding tough here. Low float. UK stock. I think it's a UK stock. Make sure. Yeah. I should know that. But yeah, UK stock. Let's see, the next high is looking left, 384. What's that one right there? 340. So on the weekly chart, the next high is 340 and then 384. So it's sitting right underneath that high here. Big gap up, 65%. And again, I have in quotes, breakthrough data. Breakthrough data. Okay, now I'm going to just do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. And there are not too many of each. There are a few more downgrades than there are upgrades. So let me get some of these upgrades in right now. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Some of the downgrades in now. Winnebago getting a downgrade. You talked about HNST releasing earnings today. See, they've also got a downgrade from Guggenheim. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Let me just take a look at HNST. This is probably its first earnings release. Relatively recent IPO right here. In fact, I'm surprised. Very surprised they're releasing already. Anyway, the reaction is not great to start anyway, down 7%. And one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. What's the SPY doing? SPY is do a quick check to see what we have in store. Of course, the market got a bit of hit yesterday. Yeah, nothing's really happening with the SPY yet. Was it after the close? You're right, yeah, post-market. Yeah, after, didn't really, in fact, the reaction was actually pretty good. I mean, there's where it closed at 1764, so it did gap up to 18. Not huge, but then it started to drift down. But I would call that a rather muted reaction, so good for you, though, if you shorted it. Yeah, to say the least, ORPH, let's see what happens with that one today. That was kind of exciting action. How do I get it to fit on my screen? I don't know. I just size everything accordingly and it fits. I'm not quite sure what you mean. Are you talking about when you're trying to see my display from the trading room? Or are you just talking in general? How do you get a layout to fill your whole screen? Grub, let's take a look at Grub being a split. Let's see. That's one I forgot to mention, actually. I do have it on my watch list. TIRX. A strategic cooperation or cooperative deal, something like that. So I'm sorry, Marcus. So I asked you two questions. So are you talking about if you have a layout of your own and you want it to fill up your screen? So again, Marcus, I'm not sure what you mean. Are you talking about your own layout? How you get it to fill your entire screen? Okay, still not understanding. Are you wanting my layout? When you say my side layout, I don't know what you mean. If you want my layout, this is it right here. Just click on my homepage tab. Click on the link. And then here are my scans. This is the scan section. and at the top is my layout. All right, one moment, please. Oh, I see what you're talking about now. Okay, yeah. Well, this is something that's coming. Okay, it's part of it's a I'm on a development build, and it's something that's coming. It's what we call containers. So you can't have it yet. Okay. Now I understand. I should have realized what you were really talking about. Yeah. So it's coming. Hopefully next week, sometime. What has to happen right now is you see the dock channel bar. We have to keep adding more channels to it, like the channels that you have already. We have to keep adding them, so that's going to take a little bit of time. So before that happens, we can't release it. So this is what I'm talking about. I mean, this is like a container I've put in, and here. The reason I don't have a whole container just with the this window that I'm sharing, monitor I'm sharing, is this is not, we can't dock Brokerage Plus yet, as we call it, docking. So anyway, it'll come. This is what I'm using for my pre-market scanning. A docked window over here on my other monitor. All to come. What do I think of Clove? Well, it's not what I think of Clove. It's what the Wall Street Bets guys think of Clove. So, okay. So, I mean, it's if they get a hold of it again, then, it's going to move. If they don't, it won't. Because there's no other real reason for it to move. Unless they have some specific news today, which I don't see. Morning, Joey. Should have mentioned this one, iSun. So this is must be an IPO back here. iSun, big move here, 30%, good volume, low float. It's hard for me to believe this was an IPO here. It might have been. I mean, but just very, very low float. But iSun on the move here. And it's going, moving, ISUN. It is shortable also for me at Interactive Brokers. Oh, did I type that wrong? It's HNST, not HNAST. Yeah, something's got a hold of this iSun. Check to see if there's any specific news. There we go. So yeah, iSun selected to provide its solar-powered EV charging solutions all across America. There you go. Okay, what time is it? 9:25. Just give me a moment here, please. I'm going to do a couple of things. So they've got that also, okay. For the iSun, okay. Now, so the initial contract valued at $2 million, so we're not talking about like mega bucks or anything like that, but I guess it's a start. Yes, ORPH is having a volume pop, and not just that, it's having a price pop. Sorry about that, I was on mute. Yeah, I was watching that AMC just starting to really test that 50 level. And all of a sudden, just pops. GME, they're doing the same kind of thing. And ORPH, yeah. As I said yesterday, guys, you're on your own if you're going to trade this ORPH. I mean, you're on your own in theory and everything, but I mean, it's not like I tell anybody what to buy or sell. But, you know, specifically this sort of a stock with, you know, the way, you know, when, you know, got up to $78 for no reason at all 4 days ago, 5 days ago, I guess. All right, guys, want to get set for the open. So I'll just load some of my beautiful new dock charts or docked windows. I'm going to rub it in. Okay, one more moment, please. Okay, guys, let's see. The market's going to open in less than a minute. Let's have a great trading day today. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Did they actually have an upgrade to 18 for CLSD? Okay. Sure, why not? Wedbush. Yeah, I see that. 922, yes. Okay. $18 price target. Why not? All right, guys, we're open. And You know, we had a bunch hit the option scan right off the bat. I don't like that so much. It's too early. Yeah, ORPH is yeah, it is running, guys. Just be careful. But it is running. There's some gold moving here. KGC, Kinross. Oh, moving down. Clovis was sort of interesting after hours yesterday. CLVS, you saw what happened right after the market closed, and then they had a big pop up here. So keep an eye on Clovis. PIRS is on the move also. Look at PIRS. Let's see, I don't see any specific news for it. They were granted a, excuse me, a patent on the 15th, but that's not today's news. Really no reaction to it. Just waiting for that ORPH to be halted. All right, so CLSD reacting so far well to their big upgrade. Again, guys, I typically do not trade in the first 15. I let things settle down a little bit. Sometimes things run right for the beginning, and I miss them. I don't miss them. I see them going, but I just say, you know what? There'll be others later on. But look at PIRS. Wow, this is really moving. And more importantly, CLSD, well, really reacting well to that upgrade. Let's take a look at PIRS. 380 is the high there. 373, 383, and then after that 415. You can kind of see if somehow it gets through 4. Got a lot of room up to this 517 level. I'm not saying it's going to get there, even if it gets through 4, but that's what you like to see. You know, stock with still some room to move. At least that's what I like to see. You know, a big volume burst for DraftKings, guys. DKNG. See? Wow, this CLSD continues here. Will it pull back? You can see the GME that did in the simulator yesterday, held it overnight. Okay, guys, CLSD now hit the option scanner. Oh, I'm sorry, it already hit it at 550. Well, CLSD, guys, CLSD from the option scanner, from the momentum, from the basic new highs. So this is what I'm talking about. Right there, 534 here, 550 here. Yeah, let me take a look at Kroger just to see if it's doing anything at all. This is an earnings play. It's KR. This is also, well, I might as well take a look. CMC is also an earnings play. Not really too exciting. KR, let me take a look at KR. Yeah, it's still flat. Just up a dime, doing really nothing. You can see though, if it can maintain, the next high looking left is 38. Takes that out, then it's got a shot. All right, this one from yesterday, guys, Rambus. This is an all-time high, RMBS, all-time high. Okay, well, this would have been tough to get at the price, but this is an AI alert. I don't mind talking about it now, but it would have been tough to get probably at the price. It's a terrible spread. I would wait. Meanwhile, CLSD continues its march. Yeah, some of the meme stocks, BlackBerry has really put on a charge from 1240 all the way up to 13. Vertal. You'd have to back the monthly chart out quite a bit, I guess. Trying to see where their next lows are. You just have to back the monthly chart out. I mean, I don't know where, I can't quite see where the next lows are. But I'm also going back. How far are we going back here? So we're going back to 2017. 2017. It looks like these are the lows. $20, 2006. It's on the monthly chart. I'm not saying that's going to stop it, but that's also, 4 years ago. Wow, big surge in GME, guys. Big surge in GME. DraftKings, guys, it might challenge 50. DKNG. Of course, this has been in the news ever since the Hindenburg report a couple of days ago, Recovered nicely though. Give me a moment, guys. Just have to converse with our support people for a second. All right, so the Vino was a 10-minute halt, and what did it do on the open? Wow, look at this. So it got halted on the way up. Big gap up now. What did it hit yesterday? It hit 910 yesterday. And it just got halted again. Vino just got halted again. And it's going to have a pretty good open, it looks like, 790, 790. Okay, so this high flyer in the pre-market starting to drift down is not shortable for me. I'm talking about MTP. Look at ORF, ORPH. Again, guys, just be awfully careful. You're going to trade that one, okay? Can run down is more quickly than it runs up. Big area, of course, for this FinV right now at 10, trying to take out 10. The next high looking left is around 1061, looking left on that weekly chart for FINV. Very active stock, along with the Tiger, TIGR. All right, I'll bring it up. I did not take this one yet. ORPH. And when I say yet, I'm not saying I'm absolutely going to take it, but well, that didn't take long for CLSD. I was just going to suggest it had a little pullback here. Might be an area to dabble. And it just popped up all the way almost to 6. Okay, I'm watching that Rambus to see if it takes out 2250 again. You guys, I'm just kind of watching Rambus, sort of active one from yesterday. So again, with my watch list up and down, these two windows here, there is a delay of 15 minutes that I do put on purpose. Okay, that's why, but you'll see them here right off the bat if you do want to take early trades from my watch list. All right, it's just that in these two windows, I do put a 15-minute delay, and I do that just try to let things settle down a little bit. Yeah, there are no shorts available for me either for CVAC. This could turn into a great short from the AI, but there's just no shorts available for me. All right, guys, sorry about that. I'm just, we have a very interesting tech support discussion going on. All right, what is the market doing here? So the market is down a little bit again. Tech is up a bit and SPY is down a little, so not really too much happening. It's minor disconnect between tech and we'll call it the growth stocks and value stocks. All right, well, FINV now is on the move here. I mentioned, I think 1061 or so was the next high looking left. All right, sticking an alert here, 1852. See what happens if it takes out that high. ORPH. And we have a halt, or yes, we have a halt for UTME. UT on the way down. UTME on the way down. It's a China stock. Okay, we've got another option alert here for QD. QD. But this is what I see. I mean, I just look at this left on the weekly chart and I just see this area here. It may stall. If this weren't here and I had a free shot to get to 380, it'd be awesome. But I don't know. To me, it just looks like it could stall not that far away. I've been wrong before, of course. It could just blast right through here, but it's a China stock. Okay, I mentioned Clovis in the pre-market. Had a nice run at the end of the day yesterday and also in the pre-market. And now it's starting to run here. It's not a low float, 101 million in the float. It's trading 4 times normal, 4.2 times normal right now, up to this point of the day. Okay, guys, listen, if you might help me here. We're experimenting now with something, and real if you're in the room, with the crosses, okay? If you see a 2-minute cross, if you have the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA on the 2-minute charts and you see a cross, let me know. I don't expect you to stare at your 2-minute chart all day long, but if you happen to see one, just let me know. Look at ORF, guys. I say to be awfully careful. I mean, what did that drop? That went from 1870 down to 1620, just like that. So just be careful. Yeah, Don, in our YouTube room, it wasn't so much a scan. It's just that I've got it thumbnailed. So here are my thumbnail charts. I just happen to have DKNG thumbnailed because of what happened a couple of days ago. Okay, CTXR on the move here, guys. CTXR on the move. What is it? Where could it go? On the monthly chart, we've got room to 420 or so. Again, I'm not saying that's going to happen. This is back in 2018. Big big move actually this week. I mean, this is what are we, Thursday now? So 4 days into this week. So it's had a nice little run this week, CTXR. I don't know if there's any specific news on it right now. There might have been news here, but I don't see any specific news today on it. Yeah, you're right about the clear side. I mean, even waiting 15 minutes, I mean, this is now just taking a real tumble here. Now, listen, it could come right back. What's the float? 44 million in the float, so it'll trade the float easily today. Yeah, guys, keep the posts again. I'll just have to monitor it just a little bit better. Okay, unless you're mentioning a specific stock here in the stocks only, please take everything to off topic. Okay, so I can see the precious metals, GDX and SLV, they're both weakening somewhat. Wow, look at BlackBerry. Big surge for BlackBerry. And a huge surge for AMC. Meme is back, guys. Well, I don't think it really ever left, but some big action for the meme stocks, the big ones, the BlackBerries, the GameStops, the AMC. I don't know if Mavis is doing anything today. The answer is, yeah, Mavis is on the move too. I think NKLA at some point was one of their babies, but it's certainly reacting like it is. But look at this, guys. I mean, coming right into 1724, 1778. So I mean, if it cracks through that 1724, then it's got some room to that's almost to the 18 mark for NKLA. It depends what you mean by a breakout. I mean, I'm sharing a lot of scans, Mahmoud, which work in the web-based version also. So it depends what you mean by a breakout long. I mean, these are all breaking out. They're all long. Depends what you mean by a breakout. The other thing you might want to do, because some of the other traders have, I don't have something that literally says breakout long, okay? I mean, these are stocks that are making new highs for the day, and they're breaking out to a certain extent. But if you're talking about from big consolidation and all, I don't have anything quite like that. So what you might want to do, one of the other traders may have something. So if you go to our home page and maybe ask, one of the other traders may have something I just don't have anything quite like that. Okay, guys, I'm somewhat interested in the Rambus. Well, I've got an alert set up here, the RMBS. Somewhat interested. See if it takes out that 2250 at some point. Yeah, clean energy is it being propped up today or is it still moving down? Okay, it is being propped up today. Okay, I mean, it's had a couple of really bad days actually, but it is, yeah, it is a meme stock. There's TIRX, guys. Okay, so TIRX, it had the big pop pre-market, pulled back, pulled back, pulled back. Now it's starting to move again. Volume coming in, low float, 3.9 million in the float. This will trade the float easily. It's a China stock. Let's take a look left on the daily chart and see what we see. The next highs are about seven. There's a high right there of 749, so that's close. 738, 756, so there's a little bit of work to get through this. If it comes by, if it ever got through 8, I'm not saying it's going to happen today or ever, but it's definitely on the move, TIRX. Just a minute, guys. So what happened to Vino after the, so I pulled back, still strong, guys. Look, if it takes that out, 775, what did it get up to? Got up to $9 yesterday, a little over $9 yesterday. Okay, there is the Rambus, guys. Yeah, so you actually see, if you have the AI, you do see that that was alerted twice, two different strategies. So a little confirmation that it may want to go. All right, what did QD do from that alert? 263, not much. Not much so far. Yeah, Kroger's on the move actually. KR's on the move. Not really. Sorry. It's not really. It's doing nothing. It's flat. You know, for an earnings play, you know, I thought it'd be a little more dynamic. I mean, it's trading 6 times normal, but it's not really doing anything. It's still, you know, it's still at yesterday's close. A little surprising, yeah. I mean, you know, it's certainly a known stock, but there's just nothing. All right, guys, I took a little loss on the Rambus. Okay, just don't like the way it is trading right now. I may look at it later on. It's an all-time high, so it has no real resistance, but just don't like the way it's trading. So I took a little loss on the Rambus. Had a little bit of a gain. I could have scalped it for something, but I was looking for a lot more. So I can always get back in later is exactly right. These topping tails, though, they're sort of a little bit ominous here on the 15-minute chart. You know, again, you know, the buyers had it up here, but the sellers knocked it down. The first 15 minutes, okay, but this one, that's a little more ominous, especially if it cracks underneath, 2236 or so. That could turn into a nice short, but we'll see. Why? Because you think the news is so fantastic for KULR? You'll drive yourself crazy. You know, permit to transfer batteries on cargo aircraft. It's a bunch of pump. It's a pump. I mean, pump. I shouldn't say everything can be a pump, but and Utme just got unhalted. Ugh. That's a crazy one. Yeah, I remember this one now. You're gonna have to almost forget this. I mean, 3.75 million in the float for a $75 stock. Craziness. That's right. This is his IP. This is his China IPO, isn't it? from a couple of months ago. Very few shares were issued, I think, anyway. Yeah, so you're gonna have to be awfully careful if you're. I mean, look at this up and down. I'm not going to display this anymore. Okay, guys. So I can tell you this. This is why I asked if you can be on the lookout. Only if you happen to see it. Okay, if you have a 2-minute chart up and you happen to have the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA. Okay, there's my orange line there, and there's that's the 8 EMA, and here's the 20 SMA, the blue line. We are testing finally the crosses. Okay, can't show you the window or anything like that, but we're testing the crosses. And we had two. There's a cross right there that was discovered by the software. Okay, 3565, you know, and the other one was silver. SLV, so you know the precious metals. Cross discovered here at 2436. So if you happen to see a cross on a 2-minute chart, again the cross being the 8 EMA, and it could be up or down, doesn't matter. Just let me know because I want to see if we're picking it up. Now we have some other filters in place, okay? But so just to let you know, hopefully this is coming. Well, I know it's coming, I just don't know when. Yeah, 820, the 8 EMA, 20 SMA, okay? Just if you happen to see one, you know, and you say, hey, there's one, and you can let me know, and I'll see whether or not it was discovered by our scan. All right, let me take a look at TI. Now, there are some other filters in place. You're right. Wow. Okay, let me just pass that on. Thank you for that one, though. Thank you, Harry. Yeah, it might get me interested again, the Rambus, RMBS. It may get me interested. So if you just happen to have a 2-minute chart up, and you have, on our charts, you have the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA, okay? If you happen to see one, I'm not asking, you don't have to stare at it all day long, but if you happen to see one, so the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA, if you happen to see a cross, either up or down, let me know, please. Yeah, again, there could be some filters. Yeah, that's too, well, that was at the beginning of the day, I guess. But the problem is that you see, one of the filters we have in it has to have gapped a certain percent, okay? Otherwise, you just get inundated with, crosses after cross after cross. So I think one of the filters, so I think that's why you wouldn't see EH. But thank you. Thank you. Keep them coming, guys. We have to see if this is, working. All right, what is the market doing? 168 down for the Dow. Tech is up a little bit, so there is this little disconnect taking place. So, guys, I'm a little distracted now because I am trying to keep an eye on these crosses. Ooh. Yeah, just a minute, please. All right, that jolted the system. Yeah, this Rambus, I mean, it may get going later, but it's just not that dynamic. Let me see what sort of volume we've got in terms of, well, not the volume, but the relative volume. Well, actually, I mean, it should be, to me, it should be a lot more active. 9 times the normal. But we'll just have to see. All right, guys, it is now 10:20. Guess what? Time for the spiel. So if you are new to this trading room, this is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And as always, I always start off with my homepage. Lots of good information on my homepage. That's why I say save the link. There's a lot of information, especially from my scans and the education section that I'm going to go over. So you can save the link and then you can take a look at all that whenever you want. All right, so here's my homepage link and here's the tab up here. There's the tab. It's available all day long if you want to click and get to my layouts and things like that. So if you click on my homepage tab and click on that link, this is what you're going to see. Okay, so here is a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Barry for Alpha is the promo code you can use for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Let's do a little get Trade Ideas and see what happens. So we have 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly, for premium and standard. The premium, $222.68 a year minus the 15%. And the standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI, Holly. Okay, there are some other differences, but the big difference, the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service is to get to sort of see what Holly is all about. I'm going to go over that in a little bit. You don't have to take out an annual subscription. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. And in fact, I would recommend do not start off with an annual subscription. You know, because you don't know, if you don't know the program well enough, you're not sure if you're going to like it, don't take out an annual subscription. Start off on a monthly subscription. You can always start off, say, with a standard, $118, premium is $228. You can apply that discount, that 15% discount, to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. You can always upgrade later if you want to go to an annual. Trade of the week. So more information on my homepage. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video around noon Eastern. You can sign up for these right here. These are free. Big section right here. All of my, well, not all of my scans, but you click here, you'll see here's my layout. This is the layout that I share. And I have a lot of other scans that I've created over the years that I've put here. You may see something you want to take a look at. You know, here's the momentum up. This is what I'm these two I'm concentrating on right now. On the other monitors you can't see. Momentum up and the moving higher with unusually strong options. So you can take my layout, but if you have your own layout, you don't necessarily want my layout, but here's a way in which you can take a look at my scans and you want to add one, go ahead. This is what I use in the pre-market. Gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. Okay. Education. Here's the big education section. If you're new to Trade Ideas, please take this 20 lessons. It will take you 20 days. You know, build what is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, creating them, etc. Lots of information here. It's all text-based, okay? So I really would strongly encourage that if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, do that first. If you don't have Trade Ideas, you can also take a look at this so you can see what some of the basic features that we have to offer. Daily support session. So between 12 and 1, I monitor a YouTube room at the same time as this room. It's the same room. Basically, I mean, they see my screen, they hear me. At noon, I take a break. One of the other traders takes over in the YouTube room between 12 and 1. I'll put the link in. Today is Thursday, so I believe that will be Jamie will be in the YouTube room between 12 and 1. Again, I will put that link in before I leave. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all here. More educational videos, you know, starting Trade Ideas from scratch. More, there's a video on the AI. And very cool area right here, guys. If you're brand new to trading, and I mean brand new to trading, wondering, you know, how would I possibly get involved in any of this? Well, it starts off with what is a stock? Okay, so I think this is a great little series developed by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. And they're very short videos, but I really would encourage you that if you're new to trading, take a look at this. Give me a moment here as I size my window. Come on. Give me a moment here. All right, now, for those of you who are literally brand new to all of this, including trade ideas, just a quick bit of information about what trade ideas is. We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the stock market, basically the US market. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use trade ideas. So this is an example of a scan I put together called Basic New Highs and Lows. Pretty simple. So I right click, and then click on Configure. You'll see the filters that I'm using. So what I'm looking for in this particular window, stocks between 1 and 20. It's a really powerful filter that we have. This current volume is at least 4. It means it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this time of the day, compared to what it normally does. Minimum volume of 400,000, up or down 4%, etc. So these are the filters that I've put in. It's not so much, I'm not trying to teach you this scan itself, just the concept of starting with filters. And then what I do is I put in a trigger. My trigger, and we have a lot of different ones, and I'll show you them. My trigger is a new high for the day or a new low for the day. So if all these criteria are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. These are all real-time alerts. So, wow, that Ramos is really basing well, guys. I got to say this, it is really basing well, just at that 2250 mark. So what we did as a company is we recognized that the absolute majority of people do not want to have to learn a programming language. So, this is what we did. Let's try to create enough alerts. These are all of the alerts. I'm not going to go over them all, of course, but we have a ton of alerts. And then when you get to these icons, these are all the filters that we have. So we feel that we've created enough alerts and filters that the vast majority of our customers can create a scan that they're looking for. So you don't have to learn a programming language. Look at this one go. See APR, and more importantly, look at this, through the 200-day moving average, see APR. Now, if you're brand new, you don't even have to know how to create a scan. You can again, if you go to my homepage, you'll see all the scans that I've created. You could always, if you like this basic new highs and lows as an example, but you looked at it and said, well, I like the concept, but I'd rather have a different price range. That's easy. You just click on the price icon and you change it to whatever you want. So if you wanted 10 and 60, take a look at the summary, see how it's changed now, or now I should have changed it to 60, but now you can see how that one changed to a 10. And you can change the values here. Once you get used to trade ideas, you can actually add some filters of your own, maybe tighten things up or give you different looks. But that's what you can do. You don't have to change anything if you don't want to. Also, we have a channel bar. Now I'm going to show you something. This is this upcoming build that the main reason why we're not releasing it yet is that, well, here, let me show you. If you click on New from our toolbar and click on Channel Bar, all of these channels are theme related. Okay, we got the stocks I like, pre-market channel, momentum channel, stock surging, etc. Okay, so these are all themed based channels, but they're also layouts. So the problem is that when you click on one of these, it's a layout, and if you have a layout, your own layout up and running, your layout will be replaced. It's okay, you should always save your layout, of course, but a bit of a pain if you want to kind of surf through these and always having to then reload your layout. So the upcoming build, you'll be able to do something like this. And again, the only reason why we're not releasing it yet is because look at how we don't have all the channels yet filled in. Okay? But you'll be able to do something like this. You'll be able to click on a channel and your layout will remain. So for instance, I'm just on the sector status. It's available, it's called sector status. It's available for you guys right now, but I just wanted to show you that now you'll be able to have, you can go through the channels and not worry about your channel or your layout disappearing or being replaced. And this is kind of a cool channel, guys. You can kind of get a gauge of what's happening overall in the market. These are the main sector ETFs. So you can see right now, who's having a bad day? Well, a couple of them. Energy is having a terrible day, right? It's telling me right now there is not one stock that makes up the stocks in this sector that is up for the day. There's not one. There's 100%. That's what that cylinder down there is telling me. If I look at technology, you can, technology is up for the day. Well, 70%, 66% of the stocks are up for the day. 31 are down, as an example. Utilities, having a better day than they had yesterday. Another terrible sector right now is materials. So materials and energy. Not one stock is up. So a lot of times what I would do is, if I went to industrials right now, yeah, 90% of them are down, but maybe more interesting is maybe taking a look at the ones that are up. Why are they up? When counter to what the rest of its sector is doing. I mean, how you use this will be up to you, but it's a great overall gauge of what's happening in the market. All right, give me a moment here, guys. Just give me one moment. I'll be right. All right. Well, the new version is not available yet, Sam. So it's not a matter of download. I mean, anything from our homepage, either the beta or the production, is fine. But the it's just not available yet. So it's not a matter of, you don't have a choice. When we release it. Okay. Yeah, but this version that I'm demonstrating here with the cylinders is not available yet, is what I'm saying. It's not the beta that you see on the homepage. All right, let me go over the AI, guys. If you have the premium service, this is what I would do. Make it easy on yourself and just click from our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, the Trades window. Okay? When you do that, this is what's going to pop up. Okay? And obviously AI not having a great day today. Could turn around, you never know, later on, but it's not having a great start. But this is what will pop up, and you can incorporate this window as part of your layout. And so that tomorrow, when you load trade ideas before the market opens, this will be blank. You just wait for the alerts to occur. You have an entry. This is all real time. You have a real time entry. You have a stop. You don't have to get in right at the time. Look at Rambus, here. I mean, it's trying. It's trying. It's a little bit, and it actually came in two of them. Two different strategies, but you know, we'll have to see what happens. I wouldn't concern yourself. In fact, you'll notice here, this is what I actually have. I don't even concern myself with what segment anything comes from. You know, we have those 3 Holly segments. Forget about it. I also don't care about what strategy produced the alert. Just make it really easy on yourself. You know, just wait for the alerts to happen. And there is no video about how to use the AI, okay? Because everybody uses it in a different way. Not everybody, but there are many different ways to use it. I use it like a watch list. How you trade the AI will be up to you. Well, if you have your main layout loaded, like I have a layout here, right? So I mean, if you click on, again, once it's available, it'll float around wherever you want. It's in a cylinder. Okay, so I just loaded the EV channel as an example. So I can size it. I can move it wherever I want. Okay. I'm hesitant to do that sometimes right now. Sometimes all my windows will disappear, minimize. But anyway, no, so hopefully that answers your question. It doesn't overlay it as much as you can put it wherever you want. So I mean, I can obviously size it differently. You know, if I want to just put it. So does that make sense? So John, does that make sense? Well, it doesn't save. No, it won't save with the main. Yeah, that's not the idea of it. You wouldn't want to do that. You know, the whole idea is to, go to another channel, go to another channel. You wouldn't want to save it. Because the reason being is that, one day EVs may be hot, the next day it might be bios, the next day it might be, so I mean, the idea really, I think, is to maybe, if you want, to have the channel that is the hot sector or the hot, giving you, the best alerts for the day, or the best, I mean, the most active, or however you want to trade, you have that one maybe up and running. You wouldn't want to save it as part of your layout. And of course, you can create, this is what I've done here. I've just created my own docked, these are not channels, these are just containers, where I've put in, the only reason I can't have one big container for this is because as we speak, I can't put this into a dock. Okay, this will all become self-evident once we release it. But you'll notice that when you right-click on a window, one of the options would be save into a docked window, and obviously it's not here. So all right, guys. So this is this window that you do see here that I'm talking about is called Brokerage Plus. Give me a moment here, guys. I'm this was noted. Okay. So this window you see here is called Brokerage Plus, okay? It's a feature that we have. You don't have to use it. And the reason I say it like that, I'm not trying to dissuade people from using it, but I think people just get very confused. So I have to make it very, very clear about what I'm going to say next. So I've popped in a link called Brokerage Plus, okay? And there's a link. In this link, there are two videos. The first video shows you how, if you happen to have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, you can use this window. You can connect. You know, you click on live, and again, you have to watch that first video. It shows you, again, how to connect to your IB or your E-Trade account. Then you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas once you're connected to your brokers, to either of those two brokers, okay? It does not mean that if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account that you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you can't use this window called Brokerage Plus. Okay, that's all it means. Again, not mandatory to use it. It's just a feature we have. And you'll notice, and I'm going to go over the simulator in a lot more detail, but you know, it's simple enough. You just click on an alert. You see the symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. The second video goes into a lot more detail about some of the more, well, I call them more advanced features. Setting up what we call one-click trading, if that's what you want to do. You don't have to do it, but setting up one-click trading. The second video, it's about 26 minutes long, goes into a lot of the advanced features of what you can do using this Brokerage Plus window if you have an IB or E-Trade account. I don't go over it at all. Okay, the video I think is pretty self-explanatory. Now, the other big reason for using this Brokerage Plus window, though, is as a simulator, paper trader. Now, this is only available if you're using our downloadable application. Okay, if you're using our web-based version, not available. So, if you're using our app, downloadable application, then you know I encourage you before you start trading to actually practice trading. Just give me a moment, please. So practice trading, okay, before you commit money to the market. Trading is not easy, so we've got a great simulator here. Now, our simulator uses our real-time data. So it doesn't matter who your broker is. Okay, you can so practice first before you commit money to the market. Simple enough to do. Again, as I said, if you're connected even to your IB or E-Trade account, same thing. You just click on a symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade, pick the price you want to get in at, and if you're shorting, you sell. If you're going long, you buy. So let's just take a trade. Let's just show you how we can do something like this. And I always like to demonstrate it first as a pullback, okay? A lot of people, you know, look at CAPR. Well, you might want to take this trade, but, you know, only if it pulls back to say, you know, this level here, 492, down here. I'm just going to show you how you can do something like that. So you pick how many shares you'd like to do it at. You put 492. In both boxes here. You click the buy button, and then there's a blue line and it'll appear on the chart. So if CAPR pulls back to 492, it'll take the trade. Okay, now at some point, if you don't want to do it anymore, you know, I've got to show this to just give me a moment, please. This is something that okay, guys, so I have to I have to shut some of these down. This is something, to me, it's a bug. I don't know why it's happening. There might be a reason, but I don't know it. Again, I'm on a development version. You guys don't see the same thing. And if you're using, you don't see the same thing. Why I wanted to delete some of these, because I wanted to show you in the order section, I can always, if I don't want to do this, I can always cancel it, of course, okay? So let's just say I look at, I put this as a pullback, and I'm thinking, I don't like the way it's trading anymore. So I could always, of course, cancel the order. Now, let's talk about stops and money management. I'll just briefly go over this, okay? But, I think it's very important. When you get into trading, unfortunately, not every trade is going to work, okay? So you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade if it's working against you. Even if you have the primo setup and everything looks good, you know what? Some trades just don't work even though they've set up well. Okay, stop. Okay, so when you get into a trade, you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade. Now, here's this is where practice is going to come into play. Comes into play because you might say to yourself, well, how do I know that price to get out of the trade? That's where, again, the practice will come into play. There are different ways of placing stops. What I like to do is sort of on a visual basis. I take a look at a chart and I kind of try to ascertain where I think there could be a support area. Where there's a lot of activity, and so that might be a support area. If it broke down through that, I should be out of the trade. Okay, so let me try to demonstrate that. I just want to demonstrate it, okay? This is just in the simulator. All right, let's just say I wanted to take this CTXR, okay? I'm going to take 500 shares. This is, okay, I'm going to take 500 shares of that. Oh, look what happened, by the way. You see what happened? CAPR. See what happened? It actually dipped down to the to the pullback price, and it took the trade. See? Just give me a moment here. I have to just adjust this. Okay, so because I want you to be able to see the stop price. So let's just say I want to take this this other trade. What was it was CTXR. So CTXR. Spread's okay. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to explain why I'm taking 500. I'm going to take it right at the market. So I bought 500 shares. I'm going to put a stop at 355, 20 cents away. Not because every trade you get into, you should have a 20-cent stop. I'm just trying to make the math super easy here. And notice there will be a red line appears right on the chart. So if it goes down to, if I'm in this trade, so if it goes down to 355 and allow myself to be stopped out, I'll lose approximately $100. So that's the key right now. Okay, where do I put my stop? There's only one, solution, if you will, and that's practice, practice, practice. Okay, there are other ways of putting stops. You might want to put a stop if it breaks down through a certain moving average, things like that. But I like to be a little bit visual. That would not have been the worst place, the bottom of these candles right there. But again, I'm just using this for demonstration purposes. So that's the first concept. Having a price where if the trade works against you, I'm going to get out. The second concept, okay, if I get out at that price, how much am I actually willing to lose on the trade, dollar-wise? So if you have a $5,000 account, guess what? You shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So let's just say your account size dictates that you could risk $100 a trade. So again, the trade works against you. The most you want to lose is $100. So this is why I'm trying to make the math very easy. You notice 375 is my entry, 355 is my stop. That happens to be 20 cents away. If I divide 20 cents into the $100 that I am risking on the trade, don't want to lose any more than that, I can buy 500 shares. Okay, 500 shares, if I get stopped out, times 20 cents equals $100. So the concept now is that, okay, you know obviously where you're getting in. You have to know where you'd get out. You take the difference, divide it into whatever you're willing to risk, if it's $100, and that will share size you. So you don't go into trading thinking, well, I'll take 100 shares every trade, 200 shares every trade. You know, your share size will be dictated by the difference between your entry and your stop, and divide that into how much you're willing to risk on the trade. A little bit of math, but you know, it's really not that hard. Okay, so there you go. Now, third, and maybe even as important as everything I've just said, is to obey your stop. Human nature being what it is, if you practice trading for a while, and you know, whether it's a month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, and you start to get comfortable, you've been able to make money in a simulator. And I'll say this, if you can't make money in a simulator, forget about trying to trade real money. But also, even if you can make money in the simulator, it doesn't mean that, you know, that's a guarantee for success. Because once you put money on the line, everything changes. You know, your discipline, it becomes way more emotional. So here's an example. You get into your first trade, you're all excited, everything looked good setup, people are talking about it in the room, there's good news this morning, and it starts not working. You can't believe it. It starts approaching your stop, you won't obey your stop. You know, all these little self-doubts start you know, the inner turmoil. You know, maybe my stop was too tight. Maybe I didn't quite get where I should have put my stop. So, you know what? This is such a great looking trade. I'm going to start reducing my stop. So now instead of, you know, that $100 loss, you keep reducing it. And maybe it's already, and you don't get out until maybe you've lost $500. And then you finally get out. So you can see where I'm going with this. The discipline is so crucial. So how to counteract that? You leave your stop in place. Okay, and you get stopped out, you get stopped out. Not the end of the world, you know, but this takes all the emotion out of trading. If you have an IB account or E-Trade, you can use our charts to do this. Otherwise, your broker will have the same sort of thing. Okay, it's really, I mean, I want to say it's that simple. It's hard. It's very, very hard to convince yourself that you were wrong. You have to check your ego at the door. Not all, even the greatest setups in the world, they don't all work. Plus, you can always get back into the trade. I mean, look at me in Rambus, okay? I took a little loss on Rambus earlier. It doesn't look like it's going to set up later, but it might. And if it sets up later, for all the reasons why I got in the first time, I can always re-enter that trade. Commissions are so cheap, even if you're paying half a cent a share at IB. I mean, you know, the idea of commissions, in the old days, yeah, I mean, when you were paying big commissions, I mean, it was hard to get in and out of trades because, you know, commissions could eat you up, but that's just not the case anymore. Okay? Speaking of Rambus, I'm even thinking of now shorting this. Well, I still don't think half a cent a share is brutal for IB. You get what you pay for, guys. I think IB is a super stable platform. I think I get great fills. So, I mean, you get what you pay for. And to me, paying half a cent a share is not the end of the world. Well, yeah, okay. I was just saying. I mean, look, guys, we're obviously, if you're talking about being an active trader in the U.S., you are subject to the you know, pattern day trading rules and all that. I mean, but that's just something, you can't overcome if you have a margin account. But not getting out of a trade because you don't want to waste a trade because you're limited to 3 trades a week, and not getting out because you don't want to get stopped out, that's not a good reason either. Okay? Because you hope it comes back. How do you delete 400 alerts? Are you talking about in our price alerts window? The question was, how do you delete 400 alerts? Is that what you mean, Randy? Are you talking about the price alerts window? Whoops. Talking about this window here. Well, the 400 alerts, you're right. I mean, our price alerts are excellent. It's a great window to have. It's I don't talk about it enough. I should. Placing price alerts is so simple. Let me just demonstrate it. The way you can do it, Randy, is you can highlight everything. Just keep scrolling all the way down, and once you do that, just delete. So just scroll all the way down. Okay. We do have a limitation. You can have 500 price alerts. Nobody needs 500 price alerts. What in my opinion, what a person should be doing is every week you go through your price alerts and you check to see which ones are still valid or not. So, for instance, this is what you can do. So, if I wanted to trade, I could put a price alert right there for GDX at 35.32. I'm going to put one just underneath it. Why I want to do this, because I want it to pop up. You're going to see what's going to happen, hopefully. Yeah, wouldn't you know it, this won't move at all. There we go. So you see how it popped up on my screen? So you can minimize. So you don't have to have your price alerts window up. I don't have it up and running. I don't want it up and running. What I want to do is I want to minimize it. Then I sort on the triggered column. Okay, so I see the last one right at the top. I can put a sound on it. Set up the sound just like any other alert window. I do that because sometimes I wander away from my computer and I got my headset on. So obviously I wouldn't miss it because it's popping right up on my screen, but just in case I've wandered away from my computer. So our price alerts you saw how very, very simple it is to create them. And there it goes again now on the upside. And what I was saying is that you go through, once a week, I think you should go through your price alerts. I probably think that you don't need more than 100, but I mean, that's just me. I think even 100 is too many. Some of them are just not valid anymore. Because I can click on the dollars from the alert column, and if I'm a huge distance away, why do I want that alert? Now, GME is a special case, but just trying to find if there's anyone that is not, like MNMD. I've got an alert for whatever, I know, 578. That I would keep that in there because that is I think that's its high, all-time high. Once it got listed on NASDAQ, things like that. But you can go through and see how far am I away, and is it still a valid alert? Do I care about it anymore? So you start deleting the ones that you don't care about. So I think it's a good exercise to go through your price alerts once a week. Do it on the weekends. Yeah, Mr. Keith, I mean, I really think too much emphasis has been placed on, people slagging IB because you pay half a cent a commission. I mean, again, you get what you pay for, guys. And the news is great. IB, yeah, the news is great. And you can see if you have shorts available. I cannot believe you people with E-Trade that they don't tell you how many shorts are available. It's insane to me. All right, guys. So am I caught up with all the questions? If I've missed a question, I tried to scroll up. If I've missed something, just repost it in the off topic. Okay. If I've missed a question. No, there's no news. This is just a volatility halt. I mean, this is nonsense. Is at me. This was a China IPO, I think, 2 months ago. I remember the day it came out. Okay, what is happening now? Let's see. I haven't been able to pay any attention to any of my alerts. Okay, I do see that Nova was an AI alert. I don't mind talking about it now. It's after the fact. If you're in this one, obviously you should be aware. I shouldn't say obviously, but there's a 200-day right there, 3604. So it's just a little bit above it. So that could really stall it. Yeah, that is something, unfortunately, John, that is I find it a little bit crazy. It goes into another database. And so the only way to do it right now is loading the charts one by one and unhearting it. I know it sounds absolutely insane. I mean, it's not as bad as because if I'm wanting to get rid of something, probably I want to take a look at the chart first to see if I do want to get rid of it. So if I had that hearted, and now I'm going through my hearted ones, well, probably I'm loading it on the chart. Is there a reason why I want to get rid of it? If I do, then I just unheart it, unclick it, or check it. But there's no way to do a mass delete. Well, I forgot to keep an eye on the Rambus for my short. Didn't forget, I'm just somewhat distracted, but see, there's a bug as far as I'm concerned. I'm left clicking on this chart, but I may not understand exactly how these containers work because normally I left click on a chart, I can start typing, but on this daily chart I can't. For some reason, I have to go to a 15-minute chart. Let me see if the other ones are. So I go to a monthly chart, I go to a weekly chart, but for some reason when I go to the daily chart, that box doesn't pop up. So, I mean, there's just little things like that. Yeah, I wanted to short this under 40. I mean, I don't know how much it would give us, but I just feel I'm too late right now. I don't think it is a mass delete dreamer though. We've tried that before. I don't think it is. At least the last time I tried, it wouldn't do a mass delete like you think. You can try it. Maybe they've rectified that, but the last time I tried, it didn't work. Okay, I know this is what you're saying, so, oops. It's because it's in some special database. Yeah, that's what I thought. Even though it looks like, you empty it, just doing it the normal way, deleting everything, say okay, and you check and they're also there. That's okay. I listen, Dreamer. I appreciate your help every single day. So what happened here? Okay, so I didn't go over this. Oops, just give me a moment here. So I didn't go over this, guys. These are hotkeys, okay? So let's say I don't want to be in this trade anymore. The CTXR trade, I click on it. For whatever reason, I don't want to be in the trade anymore. And I also should have talked a little bit more about this stop, okay? So this is, for me anyway, this is what I call, this is the most I want to lose on the trade. But I always reserve the right to get out of a trade before it actually hits the stop. If I don't like the way it's trading, maybe the market's moving against me, I just don't like the way it's trading, I can always get out before. So for instance, if that were the case, with this one, the CTXR, I just flatten it. That's what flatten does. It gets you out of the trade. See, now I've got zero position. Okay? I could have got out of half the trade, or I could have doubled the trade. I could have done it manually here by picking a different number of shares. But if you want to quickly get out of a trade, you can just flatten it. Yeah, I agree, John. I mean, listen, do me a favor, info it, and be as scathing as you want. Don't swear or anything, but say that it's ridiculous that you can't, or something like that. Okay. Coming from our customers more powerful than coming from me. So just send them and say, I think it's ridiculous that you can't, mass delete your liked symbols, having to go into a chart one by one. Just say something like that. The more people do that, I think eventually they'll just have to keep it. Yeah, I mean, just keep it clean. That's all, John. I agree though. I don't actually use the liked at all, so So guys, any more crosses that you guys could see? No, wait a minute. Well, here's one I'm just seeing myself. Okay. What's the volume? The volume should be good. I just got to pass these on. Yeah, you can't see it yet, Asiri. This is something that is being developed right now. And, I'm just I'm pointing out, you see, for instance, in the scanner, it is a scanner. I can't show it to you right now, but it is being developed. And what I'm trying to find out is why some aren't showing up. It may be a filter that is preventing it. But there was definitely a nice cross right there, 1191. That would have been awesome to have seen it. So I'm just passing these things on to the developer. So it's just not ready yet. Okay, so that's why it didn't appear, because there wasn't a. So one of the filters we have in place is a 3% gap. And, we can't just have every single cross because we get inundated. So we have to put some filters in. So I can see why that one didn't happen. Well, all I'm going to say is you can create it. I don't go over it at all. I mean, the video pretty much covers it, but I mean, the whole idea of one-click trading is you create your own. You'll have a strategy. You've watched. Have you watched the? Hello, Nicole. You've watched the video, have you? Okay. So what would be your issue then? If you've watched the video, what would be your issue exactly? I don't use one-click trading. Okay, but what would be your issue exactly? You have to have a strategy in here. You create something, some alert window. Well, these Juneteenth stocks are just not, as we get closer and closer. U1, I mean, just got slammed. I think, did somebody say U1 did a financing? Did I read that earlier today? So again, just you have a strategy and then you create it, edit the trading strategy, and you create it right here. I can't tell you how to do it. That'll things like that. I mean, I can't tell you how you're going to create your own. And then once you do that, then it'll be created and you'll see it here. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, you can, yeah, because the AI it is doing it. Well, you can sort of edit it, but yeah, I mean, it is based on a stop loss and all of that sort of stuff. So you really, yeah, it's your own strategies that you really set up. That doesn't sound good. BLDE, what Zach is saying. So what's happening? So BLDE, so there was the big bottoming tail for it, BLDE. So this was I guess this was is this an IPO? The other thing you can do with these containers, you notice there's a tab here, my spider sector list. What do you think is I don't understand why it's not, okay, stop it, stop it just a minute. Just give me a moment. Oh, here it goes. Okay, now the color comes in. Interesting. So you can have tabs also, so if you have, different scans you want to take a look at, but you have maybe your main scan, but you have maybe subsidiaries you want to take a look at, you can create tabs here also. I mean, obviously I want this one up and running the most, but if I just want to quickly take a look at the sectors, I can do that. And I've sorted on the 5-minute change in 5 minutes. So I can see tech is at the top right here. And at the bottom, what's happening? XLU, utilities at the bottom. It's up for the day, but in the last 5 minutes, it's been drifting down for whatever reason. I can just click on it. See there, that's what it's showing me. All right, guys. Hello, Nicole. I said hello before. Maybe you can't hear me. Welcome to the room. So again, guys, since I added my some filters to the momentum up, I'm not getting nearly the number of alerts, which is great. So I don't know. Can you hear me, Nicole? All right. So I don't know what you mean exactly when you say you can't see anybody. I mean, here you're posting here. Okay. It's not a matter. You won't see a list of if that's what you're talking about. You can't see your chat messages. That's a. You can't see what you just posted. You cannot see, but you cannot see my chat message. You can't see this. Can you see my screen? So you can see your posts, but I'm not sure how I can help you. I'm not. That's the first time. Anybody got any suggestions? It's the first time anybody has said that to me. Any suggestions from anybody why Nicole cannot see literally the posts that like everybody's posts? I didn't think there was any setting that you have to do. No, I understand you can see the post on your screen, but you're not on your page. I don't think there's really any setting. I mean, there's a gear here. Yeah, but that you see, there's a gear. If you can see that gear, always scroll to the bottom. Okay, that's one. There's a way in which you can detach the chat, between that color palette and the sound icon. That's a detached chat. Otherwise, I don't really know. So you're okay. So you're being helped here by several people here. Grab the dots in the middle and pull right. See, I don't see what you guys see, unfortunately. And this is not a trade idea. This is a third party. Oh, I can't believe you've been in this room for so long. Didn't know that because that'd be a pain to have to constantly scroll down. Maybe you have a filter on of some sort. See, I'm sorry, guys. I just don't know. Because I just don't know what you guys see. So dots in the middle far right. See, I don't even see those dots. So I'll have to rely on you guys to try to help us. Thanks a lot for trying. Did that work, Nicole? Okay, so this is what he's saying. There's Riley. So there must be some dots over here. Okay, I just don't see those dots, of course. So what you're saying is well, the problem is she can't see this. She can't see this. That's the problem. Well, she can see it on my screen. Thin vertical line. I do apologize. I just cannot. Is it this one right here? Okay, I see. I forgot about this even, you know, how you can zoom in. So there's a zoom. There's a zoom also. Some people say, you know, they can't see my entire monitor. You don't have to see everything, but maybe there's a window or two that you want to zoom in on. So this allows you to zoom in. I haven't looked at this forever. Okay, great. Thanks a lot, guys, for helping. That's on. Okay, I'm going to ask, do I recommend TOS as a day trading platform? I mean, any brokerage platform you can use as a day trading platform. Okay, I wouldn't. A lot of people use TOS. I use IB, Interactive Brokers. It's not that I want to recommend IB over TOS, but okay, Gordon. So yesterday I showed you how to create the volume 1 minute. I'm going to give you this. Give me a moment. Okay. I'm going to give you this page, Gordon, and scroll down to page 6. Okay, scroll down to page 6, and here it is. I gave you yesterday V up 1, so you want 2 minute, V up 2, want 5 minutes, V up 5, okay? Just do the same thing you did yesterday for the V up 1. Excellent. Teamwork. All right, guys, what time is it? 11:32. Okay, so I just want to confirm. I'm pretty sure it is going to be Jamie today. I don't know what you mean, but how the volume changes at 2 minutes. I don't understand what you mean. Well, Sam, the simple answer is that it just didn't meet any of the filter requirements of any of the strategies that made the cut. I mean, that's, you could say that, but any stock that you see that was really either ripping up higher or lower, and why is it not in the AI? It's that simple. It didn't meet. It'd be like saying here, well, how come a stock is not in the basic new highs and lows when it's obviously making a new high? The reason would be is that it didn't meet some of the filter requirements. So it's that simple. Let me just see OCGN. This is good, guys. Keep firing these at me because, yeah, 667, yes, 66. But I can tell you, yeah, so we do have a 3%, but I'm going to pass these on, okay? I do want to pass these on. The stock had to gap 3%. Also, that relative, see, what we're thinking of doing is maybe getting rid of the gap of 3% and putting just a relative volume of, say, 2. So this would not have made that cut either. And again, we do not want to show every single cross. Otherwise, you'd probably see hundreds and hundreds of them all day long. But you're right, that is one of them. That is definitely one. There is a big disconnect in the market today, guys. We haven't seen this for a while. So we've got a big disconnect between the quote-unquote value stocks and growth stocks. Okay, guys, this is a great demonstration of this feature right here. Okay, so if you have the AI, take a look at SNPX. The entry was at 1190, okay? Man, that's a big stop, and yet it got all the way there. You can see that blue arrow. There was the entry, but look at this. It got stopped out right there, okay? 1118. So if a stock at any point during the day hits the stop, doesn't have to be necessarily the exit reason. If it just hits that stop price at any time during the day, and then it comes back to halfway between the entry and the stop, in this case it was 1154, you'll get a chance to re-enter it. And look what happened on that re-entry. So that's why I'm saying, if you have the AI, have these two columns, the re-entry time and the re-entry price. It's also a sound alert. So, okay, now if you're wondering, well, where do I find them? Just go to your right click, go to columns, and you can add them. They're in alphabetical order. Okay? And this is a classic example of, all right, AI was a little early on that one. Had an opportunity to get back in. If you took it, it was awesome. In fact, there's an argument to be made. A lot of people, people say, well, how do you use the AI? Some don't. Some just wait for the reentries. You may only get 1 or 2 a day. You may get none. Okay, but let's see what this one happened. 310 was a reentry for KULR. Obviously that didn't work even on a reentry. I mean, look at this. The alert was at 947.56. It got stopped out almost immediately. I mean, that was a crazy one, KULR. But so, I mean, do they all work? Of course not. But I'm just saying that you should have that up and running. So Gordon, if you're going to ask me why, you know that I can't answer that question. You're going to have to send your log. If you're wondering why it did it and you didn't want it to do it, you're going to have to send the log to the guys. I mean, I won't be able to answer your question. Oh, I see. Okay. Douglas, well, keeps the mind active, that's for sure. Yeah, this is just not, I wouldn't, well, first of all, I wouldn't attempt this one for me personally, but this is not shortable at Interactive Brokers. But what an awesome short. Yes, I mean, if you shorted this one, if you were able to get shorts up here, I mean, incredible, of course. Just no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Talking about the UTME. All right, take a look at Clovis here. So the next high looking left is 625, and after that 628. I mean, you can see that if it can get over, say, I'm going to put an alert, create a price alert at 629. Now, does that mean I take the trade immediately if it hits 629? No. What it means is, though, I do want to know if it hits it, and I want to see if there's a volume associated with it. So I don't have to start. I don't have to stare at the charts or anything, and wait for it to happen if it happens. I just put the price alert. If I get the price alert, then it's going to pop up on my screen. I can click on the alert, and then I can see if the volume was associated. Because you can kind of see that if it can take that out, then you look left, and the next high looking left is 724 for Clovis. All right, so I mean it's trading twice as much as normal. That's not bad. That's right. That was that crazy China IPO, a $4 IPO. Very few shares issued. No business being up where it was, both today. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. I will be right back. Yes. All right, guys. So just as I was leaving, I see the Clovis actually did take that out. Was it on volume? Not bad. I mean, there's some volume coming in. You can see the volume coming in, a little bit of volume coming in. Okay. Let's see, but you know, a little more confirmation that it's going to really leave that behind. Because again, a couple things here. I mean, it did hit 658 after hours yesterday. That's that mauve area, number one. Number two, though, is looking left. And that could, you know, be a nice little magnet. All right, guys. Yeah, I just confirmed that it'll be Jamie in the YouTube room between 12 and 1. So what I'm going to do is, for those of you who want to head over there, because I'll take my break at about noon, and I'll be back at about 12:40. But if you want to head over to the YouTube room while I'm on my break, I will put the link in. All right, Mattel. Boy, Mattel is having a tough day. Take a look at this. I mean, this. I wonder if this is the start of a multi-day. I mean, it's been had a great year and a half, I guess, just running up, 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 up. But I mean, now this month looks like we're starting to get into a decline here. So if it takes out 19, this could further to decline today for Mattel MAT. I don't recall it being one, but let me just do a quick check here. I don't see it on the list. I'm taking a look at a list. I do not see Clovis. Oh, I do see it. No, that's Clover. That's Clover. I do not see Clovis on the list. Top one is Clean Energy, CLNE, in terms of mentions. Well, they might be, but I mean, it's just not too erratic. All right, guys, I also want to point out this right here, okay? Here's the CAPR. Remember, I took this in the simulator, took 300 shares. The entry was 493. It's at 530 right now. Take a look at the max P&L column and the open P&L column, okay? So what the open, this is telling me how much I'm up right now. This is telling me what the maximum I could have been up, okay? So, you know, obviously it would have been right there at 536. So if I'd sold at 536, I would have, you know, made $117, okay? So really, really, I think informative to have this max P&L column up and to compare it to the open P&L at all times. What you don't want to see is something like, you know, you're up $117 at one point and then have it drift down to zero or a loss. You know, this is the other, you know, aspect of trading, of course. And, you know, we all go through this and it's going to happens to me, happens to everybody. Why did I sell too soon? Or why didn't I get out soon enough? Things like that, okay? So this kind of can give you a gauge. So right now, this is what I'm going to show you what I'm going to do. I'm going to get out of this trade, okay? Just going to get out of the trade. I'm going to flatten the trade. Okay, out of the trade. So, what's that telling me? So, max P&L I could have made was 117. I got out with a $93 gain. Not bad. I mean, you know, you're never going to think that you're going to get right to the absolute penny. However, before we start patting ourselves on the backs, the distance from the exit price is very critical also. Because now this is going to tell me where is the price from where I got out. Now, when you get out of a long trade, of course, you'd love to see this a big negative number because that would tell me that, okay, I got out of the trade and now look where it is. It's, you know, 50 cents below. Great exit, okay? As opposed to, you know, if this turned into $1 or $2, that means I exited way too soon. So this can kind of be a bit of a gauge to show you how good are your exits. Okay? Hi, Jeff. Yeah, it's starting to crawl up from the bottom here, this KULR. I mean, it had a tremendous pop in the pre-market, but it gave up, you know, almost half of it. That's a big, big, big drop. In fact, more than half. It was up to 548. Gets all the way down to 250. So So what Riley is talking about, I believe, anyway, from my home page, you're going to click on the tab or the link there. And then one of the, in the scan section, and he's talking about the trend reversal down. Let's take a look at what's happening there. What? Give me a moment here. There we go. So this is what he's talking about. That was the alert version. Interesting. I thought that was a top list. I thought I put a top list in it instead. So this is the alert version. You're right. It is. Yeah. Interesting. Here's the Mattel I was talking about, taking out 9. No, 9? 19. Yeah, and you look at the SPY. It's not like the SPY is tanking right here. There's a red candle, but I mean, it's basically flattened out. But based on this action, you would think that everything, this is really, this is really. Again, guys, so that's one of the scans that I'm sharing from my scan list. What? Okay, guys, I have to do something for. In fact, I have to see if Jamie's in the room. Sorry, I've got a lot of things going on right now. Is Jamie in the room? Not yet. Okay. Okay, Jamie, thank you. I'm trying to talk to Brad at the same time. Okay, thanks a lot, Jamie. I will I'll get out of the YouTube room. So, guys, Jamie's in the YouTube room now. Thank you, Jamie. Jamie, I will I'll get out of the YouTube room. So, guys, Jamie's in the YouTube room now. Thank you, Jamie.
No problem, Barry. Hello, everyone. Hopefully everybody's got eyes on my desktop now. No problem, Barry. Let me. Hopefully everybody's got eyes on my desktop now. I'm hearing myself talk. One moment, please. There we go. Okay. All right, we should be good to go. If somebody could just let me know if you can see and hear me okay, that'd be great. Hi. Aaliyah? Okay, echo gone? Yes, I forgot to mute my browser, so we were hearing the echo, but hopefully that is remedied now. Just a little drink of water there. Okay, welcome to my desktop. This is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. So, anything TI related, any questions that you might have, just feel free to use that questions panel. As you can see up here, we had CVAC on the radar this morning with the AI, one of the AI picks. What a massive gap down we saw there. And I tell you what, I forgot to bring my pen up here, so give me 1 second. Where are you, Epic Pen? There you go. Okay, oops. There we go. All right. Yeah, that depends on your definition of legend, Mike. Always good to see you, buddy. So, some interesting action that we have going on here. SPY slightly negative from the close, while the Qs are enjoying nice all-time highs, up 1.2%, little bifurcation here. When will the Dow, when will the SPY catch up? Who knows? A lot of us trader guys last night were talking about the action that we saw yesterday. A lot of bottoming tails being put in, and I was thinking to myself, you know, Thursday might be the day. We might have some good upside action today, and that is the case. It's just not happening in the SPY today. Qs are stealing the show today. Art Cashin, the CNBC guy, Mike. He's always been, I mean, I don't watch CNBC anymore, haven't for a very long time, but he was always one of my favorites back in the late 90s, early 2000s. I think one of his quotes was tougher than a $2 steak, something like that. Okay, ladies and gents, not a lot of questions coming in just yet, so just going to take the opportunity to kind of peruse some of the AI trades. And, you know, as I was saying earlier, I thought the AI would be busy today, and lo and behold, it is very busy. It's just not making a lot of progress today. If we check out the totals over here, 2.0 only kicking out one signal. Neo's got 5 thus far, and Grail kicking out 7. And of course, if we're trading 100 share lots, that's what these totals over here represent. So basically, after everything's said and done, down about $100 if you're trading 100 share lots. Now, all the numbers you see here are based around risking $100 per trade. And if I pull my panel down here, we can see moderate mode, risking $100. Not such a good day. Aggressive, obviously, taking a much worse beating. And even if you're in conservative mode, down a considerable little chunk. So AI having some difficulty finding that statistical alpha as we chop around in this little region up here. Coming down here, not quite to the 20 period, but we got the little 10, 20 period sandwich here. So we'll have to see what the rest of the day brings. Hello, Iris. Hi, Dwayne. I see your question there. Is this software free? Well, no, it's not free. We do have a couple of subscription plans. We've got premium and standard. But a really good way to try out the software at no risk to you is we do have a refund window. So if you take a subscription and in the first business week or so you feel that this is not for you, you are entitled to a refund. So that's a good way to get live data, check out the software for a number of days, and see if it fits your style. All right, so I tell you what, as all of you have heard, if you take a look at my version here, we've got version 5.5.4 coming up, and one of the biggest new features is the container mechanism, or what we call docked windows. So I still got my old school layout up here right now, all free floating windows, but I could easily start to put all of these into a container. Let's just see, is that a new signal? Yep, PRGO. All right, give me 1 second here. All right. Boy, things have taken a turn here as we kind of visit the bottom of the range here. Interesting. All right. Well, in any case, let's say I wanted to start putting all of these windows into a container that I can move around as one unit I wanted to start with this window, I could start here. I tell you what, let's just start with the AI blotter. And when we do this, we can say duplicate into a new dock window. And when I do that, we've got a new dock window showing itself. So I tell you what, I'm just going to push it down to the bottom here. And I'm going to fold in some of these other windows. Now notice this one tab or window is taking up the whole space, but that's okay for now. I'm going to go ahead and add these guys. Duplicate that guy. Oops, not a new one, but the existing. This guy right here. Now he's in there. Now we're going to just follow up with this one. I tell you what, we'll go ahead and add these guys as well. Alright, so now, come on, work with me. Now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 windows in there currently, and now it's just about positioning them. So once we get these in here, if I click on the tab and just kind of pull down here, notice I have the little directional thing down here. So I'm just going to put this guy on the bottom for now, or actually, we're going to put him on the top for now. Okay, so now it's partitioned up there. Now we're going to do the rest of these. So turbo down family. Tell you what, we're going to park him at the bottom. Then we're going to grab this guy. We're going to put it on the side there. So now we have these windows side by side. And I'm going to grab this guy, put him over here. And this guy, and put him right there. Okay. So now I've got these two guys. Of course, this guy's taking up a little space, a little too much space. But now we've got these two guys where they need to be, but we also need to see the symbols. Just going to smash this guy a little bit. Once we get him in there, we can resize him in the container. All right, that looks pretty good. All right, now, tell you what, you got to have your single stock window in there. So now we're going to put this guy over here. And because, even though we have this nice little flip through feature on the tabs, perhaps I don't want to take the time to have to dig through there and click on profile. So I tell you what, I'm going to do this again. And then we're going to pull this guy down. So we've got like a double pane here, and we can always just keep this guy on profile. I tell you what, that might not be enough space either. So now I'm thinking I'm going to do this one on the side. And then we'll just save a little space here. Let's see, yeah, these guys can get shrunk up just a little bit more. Okay, so now I've got enough room to where I can actually read here. Then I can have my favorite columns easily available here as well, so we don't have to keep flipping around into different tabs. All right, I see the questions panel is still empty, but if you do have one, do not be shy. Of course, we have to have charts, right? So we're going to pop this guy in. We'll pop this guy in. And then we're going to move these guys up to the appropriate region. Let's see. Put that guy on top there. And where did my other chart go? Could have swore I had two in there. All right, that's the 15-minute. Well, maybe I didn't add it. All right, now we got the day. And now we want it over here. Okay. So, looks like I got a little too much going on down here. We need to make a little bit of room for the charts. And now I think we've done it. Let's see if we go ahead and make that full screen. Just give us a little bit more chart room. And I've almost got it very similar to, I tell you what, my indice window needs to be added. Okay, I added it too many times. We'll get rid of that guy. Now we'll drag this guy over here. All right, and we still got a little space to conserve. All right, so now we're looking pretty good. All of these windows have now been transferred in. We've got a nice, clean, movable container. And we've been kicking the bugs out. Hopefully this thing will save properly. We're going to take a peek here in just a second. But we're going to have to work with this guy real quick. See if we can get these symbols visible. All right, a couple of questions popping in here. Help me understand the sector channel window. When it shows the percentages on the screens, what are the percentages indicating? All right, so let me do this real quick. Oh, that's the wrong thing there. Okay, so we're going to attempt to save this. Let's call it New Doc Win Thursday. And save that bad boy. And then we'll come back around to it in a second. But first I'm going to pop over here to the sector. And I do believe that was your question, Angela. The sector channel, yes. All right, so clicking on sector status here. So number one, notice all of the sectors that are being analyzed here. Okay. We've got financials, we've got technology, we've got energy, real estate, spider, components, industrials. Okay, so the second part of the main part of the question is what are the percentages indicating, or what are the percent indicating here? All right. So if we just kind of pop this guy out and enlarge it a little bit, and actually let's look at something else here. Let's look at technology. Seems to be the greenest on the day for now. Or on this screen. Okay, so the percentages here, these are the components of the XLK, the technology sector. All right, all these stocks are within that sector, and this is the percent change since the close. Okay, so if we were to start scrolling through these charts, ENPH is up 5.4% from the prior close. All right, so we can see here on the daily, what did we close at yesterday? 152.02. We're currently at 160.34. Thus, we are up, or this particular component or stock is up 5.4%. And so are all of these other respective symbols. This is simply the percentage that they're up on the day from prior close. So Angela, I think that was your question. Let me know if that got it done for you. Okay, you're talking about XLU is 89% green. Okay, let me find XLU. Okay, okay, so this little counter down here is looking at the stocks in the top list. If I enlarge this one here, you're talking about this little area down here. I gotcha. Okay, so that just simply means that of all the stocks on the list, if I scroll down to the bottom, you'll see a very few down here are not positive from prior close. Okay, so it's just letting you know of all the stocks on this list, 88, almost 80, we could just call this 89% of the stocks on this list are currently up from prior close. Whereas if we look over here at the energy sector, you've got pretty much the exact opposite. Everything on this list is down from the prior close, and that's why we're seeing 100% down here at the bottom. Okay, cool. All right, Iris, the question is, what is actually the difference to the current version? You can do it manually. Are you talking about the container mechanism? because that is one of the biggest changes that's coming out in 5.5 is the ability to have the container mechanism that I can just easily drag back over here. Okay, Angela, how did the stocks make the list? Okay, so XLE is the energy ETF, okay? So we can see that this is the daily action of the XLE. This is what that basket of stocks here has done cumulatively, okay? So what dictates what stocks are in these ETFs, it is the certain sector, okay? XLE is going to be made up of the energy stocks. Utilities are going to be comprised of the utility stocks. Consumer staples, real estate, it's basically, a sector, right? And then the main tracking ETF for that sector is the cumulative move for all stocks in that basket. So Angela, it's all based around sectors, thus the term, or thus the question, sector status. Correct. No worries. There are no silly questions, and a lot of this can be very confusing, especially if you're new to the markets. So, no problemo. All right, guys, bear with me 1 second. Just checking on some positions on my other screen here. Alrighty. Alright, so I'm just going to pull this back over, and SPY continues to take a little bit of a down move. Really button up against the 20 period now. We'll see if she holds. How's the volume today? Because as we know from yesterday, we had the Fed speak, FOMC, open market. Volume was pretty lame most of the day, also the day before. Fed continues to tell us that there is no inflation. Everything's hunky-dory. All right, so the question is, when you pay for the subscription to Trade Ideas, are you paying for this software or just ideas? Well, of course, you get access to the whole software suite here, all right? Depending on the package that you get. If you get the premium, you get access to the AI and the back testing and some of the more advanced functionalities, or you can take a standard subscription. So you get access to pretty much the entire suite that is Trade Ideas. Now, as far as ideas go, we do host a number of educational webinars. The primary ones are the Monday through Thursday webinars that begin at 5 p.m. Eastern. 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. And that's where myself, Steve Gomez, Andy Lindloff, Dan and Brad have Wednesdays. Myself and Steve have Mondays. Steve has the Tuesday slot, and then Andy has the Thursday slot. So on those Monday through Thursday webinars, we go over things that we traders like to see, certain setups. So, it is possible that if you see a window in our webinars that you would like to use, we always are happy to hand those out. The trading room with Barry, of course, is a great place to hang out and get new ideas. There are traders there from all skill sets, beginner, intermediate, and advanced. So yes, we give you access to the software when you pick a subscription. But more importantly, we've created a nice community around the software with the webinars and the trading room, and as well as this webinar here, the live support session that is every Monday through Friday from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern. So in essence, Dwayne, yes, you attending the webinars, you can get lots of different ideas on how to use the software. No problem. Happy to help. All right, in the meantime, you may have noticed we've had this channel for a while, the Wall Street Bets stocks, of course, of GME and AMC fame. A new thing has emerged onto the scene, meme stocks. Never would have guessed in a million years that that would be one of the new things on Wall Street, but hey, what do I know? And of course, more meme stocks as the Wall Street bets community starts talking about new stocks. Well, they could become the new memes. And of course, a recent addition, the strength alerts, the things that are looking the strongest from a technical perspective based on some analysis that's done with our software, along with Mr. Michael Noss, producing a nice set of 5 trades every Monday or so that just automatically show up in this top list here. Of course, we do have to have a little bit of help from the market as well, but some of these stocks setting up nicely before we started taking this pullback here, and some are still holding up relatively well. You know, if we have to zoom out a little bit, take a look at the weeklies here. Things look relatively calm on the weekly perspective for Brokerage. Broadridge, I should say. Broad. Yes, those are vowels, Jamie. You must pronounce them correctly. All right, real quick here, I'm going to pop back over to my default layout. All right, so another question coming in here, are the prices in the software real time or delayed? Good question. Okay, so we've got about an 8-second delay on the charts, I believe. They refresh every 8 seconds. Now, as far as these alert windows here, as you can see, these alerts are streaming through in real time. You can see the timestamp here, and if I stretch my time column out, you can also see the day. So when we're using alert windows, these come through in real time as the alert is triggered. Okay, AVIR hitting a new low right now, as we can see. ESPO hitting a new low. It's timestamped down to the second. So when we're using alert windows, as soon as the filter criteria and the alert are satisfied, then we're going to get that alert streaming through in real time. Now, when we're talking about a top list, like we're looking at the TI strength windows right here, these guys will update or automatically refresh every 30 seconds. Okay, so there's a 30-second refresh on the top list functionality. Alert windows are going to be in real time. And of course, these windows here, these are also alert windows, but they're multi-strategy windows. So in a nutshell, I've got multiple alert windows contained within the multi-strategy window. So since they are alert windows, the multi-strats, they fire in real time as well. So the only time you're going to get a slight delay is on the top list, refresh every 30 seconds. But on the alert windows, everything comes through in real time. Same thing with the AI trades. As soon as the AI trade triggers, it's going to pop up here automatically in real time. And of course, you can see the timestamps over here as well. All right, just checking out some of my price alerts. And not getting beat too badly here, but only up a smidge. These are some of the alerts that I've set for prior trading days. Stocks brought to my attention by the AI. We get the question all the time, is Holly or the AI good for swing trading? Well, it's designed around intraday trading, but that doesn't mean that sometimes you might be able to pick something out that might be worth a longer term hold. AVXL was a big winner not too long ago. Initial buy, good for a day, a little downturn the next day, but now heading higher. Whereas BGS, not faring so well. Noticed a little dip through the 10 period, and that seems to be acting as a little pivot point right there, along with this little area of congestion. So Dwayne, I hope that answers your question about real time. And as we can see here, the SPY was not going up with the Qs. Now that the Qs are starting to peel off, it is certainly starting to participate to the downside. So that's what we have going on just recently. And I tell you, this 11 to 12 Central Standard Time, or 12 to 1 p.m. Eastern, I've just noticed that a lot of the moves in the market seem to happen in this particular hour when, well, I don't know if they actually go to lunch at the NYSE and NASDAQ, but it just seems to coincide with the lunch hour a lot of the times. All right, is there any option data in the software? We do have a limited amount of option filters, and let me just pull up a top list here for you and take a look at those. And this is going to be in top list form, because what we have going on right here, I've installed all of the options filters across the top here as columns. We got put call ratio, option volume, number of contracts traded, let's see, options volume today, options volume contracts. Hold on a second, I think I need to expand that column out a little bit. Well, I think I've got too many stocks on here. Let me see. Set record count. We'll just pare this down to 50 so we don't get a lot of refresh lag here. Okay, so options volume today in contracts, put call ratio. Oh, come on, work with me here. Call volume, put volume, if you want to segregate, right? And then percent options volume, which is a combination of puts and calls total. And then just showing you on a percentage basis, is options volume normal, above normal? You might be asking, well, what does normal mean in total percent options volume today? Well, it's a percentage filter, so a value of 100 would mean, we're doing right about normal options volume. But if we take a look down here, closest one to 100 in this field right here would be PLYA. So it's doing about 8% more options volume than it normally does, whereas TWO coming in here at 200%, so it's doing 2 times normal volume. But if we look up here, wow, STSA divided by 100 is trading about 93x, or 93 times its normal options volume on any given day. Of course, ORF, this guy right here, popped up onto the scene back here on the 10th and just went ballistic blotto, going from, what did we open at that day? It was $5.25, and this thing ran to $77.77. And I guess it's just not really done being crazy, because it's got a lot of options volume on it today too. 27 times what is typically normal. So if you want to get a peek at just, here are all of the options filters installed as columns. But if we pop into configure, either in the alert window or the top list, and just type option into the search field, you'll get all of those presented to you. And then you can use them as filters or as columns, whatever you think is best for your style. Question is, what do you think is going on with the strength alerts this week? Well, I would assume you're just kind of referencing how they're all kind of to the downside lately, and that's just a function of the overall markets. because although these did rank the highest after all of the analysis last week before they were delivered on Monday, and if we just kind of zoom out here and take a look at the weeklies, these are still strong stocks. We're just having a little pullback, today. If we go back, let's see, what day? Monday was the 14th, okay? So if we go back to, oh wait, help to look at the dailies, Jamie, if you want to see the day. Okay, so here's where the alerts came out, and since that point in time, if we were to overlay the SPY here, or just pull the SPY back up, here's where the strength alerts came out. Little bit of a tick to all-time highs, but then SPY decides it wants to come down here and peel off a bit. So timing is everything. We can have an exceptional technical strength, but if the market's not cooperating, a lot of the times that can put a damper on things. So I think we're just having a little bit of a pullback here. Not only is it affecting the strength plays, but just about everything in the market is being affected to some extent. Of course, you're going to have the stocks that are strong and they're up on days like today, but those are the exceptions and typically not the norm. All right, Mike, just getting to your question here. Let me read up on it. Yeah, and the question is, what sector or sub-industry has been your favorite for using price alerts, and have your price alerts been set for mainly breakout or pullback bottom fishing plays? Good question, Mike. Price alerts for me, typically, I've been spending a lot more time with the AI here lately. Okay, number one, because we got to get all the bugs worked out over at E-Trade, so that when we do release that final version, everything works properly. But also just getting, it takes a while to acclimate to trading an algorithmic style. So having said that, mainly if I see something that looks good from a Holly play, I'm going to set a price alert on it. Okay, that's primarily what I've been doing, is just trying to pick the ones that might have more potential moving forward. But then again, if I see a nice potential breakout on the longer term on the daily, because once again, I am a simpleton, opening range breaks being one of my favorite intraday plays, but also that pattern can play out on multiple time frames. So, setups on the daily as well. If we go way back in time here, ideally, like this first breakout right here, I was all over this one. I saw it down here. I set the price alert. Only problem was I wasn't in the chair when it fired. I'm still kicking myself for missing that one. How much money would I have made? Would I have sold the top? No, probably not. But it was a nice little runner. So breakouts on multiple time frames, or if I see something decent from Holly on the intraday level that also might have swing trade potential, I'll be doing that as well. Okay, the question is, I need help understanding the channel from swing trades. When a ticker pops up at different times of the day, indicates 2-day and 12 hours, for example, what does that mean? Okay, let's go pop over to the swing. Where's my swing at? Am I just missing my swing trade channel? There we go, swing ideas. We used to have the swing icons. That's what I was looking for, but not anymore. Okay, when a ticker pops up at different times of the day, indicates 2-day and 12 hours. What does that mean? Okay, so that sounds like you're getting the description probably from this window here. AI enhanced, resistance cross. So I'm assuming you're talking about the description here. Crossed above resistance, 79.53, time 6 days and 23 hours. So this is giving us a description of the alert that's being used. Of course, we don't see the alert here because it's not displayed. But when we pop in here, you'll notice it's the crossed above resistance. And notice what we have in the box here. We've got a minimum. It has to cross above resistance with a minimum of 3 hours of trading. And what I'm also going to do, see if we get duplicate information here, and then we'll just pop the type in here. Because if we did include type, you could have seen that indeed it was the crossed above resistance. Okay, so we're mandating a minimum of 3 hours of trading before that alert is issued. And just to kind of, let's just go back in here and show you that real quick. Crossed above resistance with a minimum of 3 hours of trading. So the quality as well as the description are giving us the details. Okay, we mandated 3 hours minimum, and it's been 46.75 hours of trading. Crossed above resistance at this price, 6 days, 23 hours of trading. Okay, so anytime you want to see exactly what's going on with your alert, the value, the quality column is always going to give you the exact value, and the description is going to give you a detailed description of the time period. It's been a while since I've looked at this alert, just kind of soaking it up here. Okay, Jamie, I know this is crazy, but what do you think about UTME? And I think that's U-time. That we were looking at that one earlier. We were like, what in the world is going on with this stock? Because it was just getting crushed. Let's just take a peek here. And man, look at that thing. I mean, of course, we're looking at 5-minute candles here. But wow. What do I think about it? I tell you what, let me just do this real quick. Well, obviously something bad is going on. As soon as we all saw this morning, we were like, it's probably fraud. And the name is even funnier. Well, getting a little bit of lag here. Notice the name here, U-time limited. Yes, I think your time is limited, U-time. It's the way that's what the chart is telling us. If we check out the news here, what do we got? Anything meaningful? You know, I don't even see anything with a timestamp today as far as the news goes. So something's going on. Big volume, just heavy sell pressure. This thing is also in, it's not quite in the hole because it looks like this thing IPO'd, or it could have been a symbol change. I'm just assuming it might be an IPO. So if we click here, let's anchor the VWAP to the first day of trading. All right, notice what we have here. And VWAP is very good for limited trading histories, okay? IPOs, sometimes a symbol change, whatever. Even though in a symbol change it should adhere to the previous pattern, but sometimes it does, sometimes it does not. But I just anchored VWAP to the first day of trading. Notice where this thing ran up to. Boom, tried to get up into this candle, slammed it back down. Now we're still, you know, definitely below that anchored VWAP, and you know, uncanny how that's tapping it down. But what do I think about it right now? I wouldn't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. It just looks too risky. I mean, if you wanted to take a stab on it long, what's the low of that candle? 1140. I mean, that's a pretty big wiggle, right? It doesn't look like that much room there, but you know, from almost 20 bucks down to the low, all-time low, we've got another 9 bucks to go. So if I was trying to trade this one, you know, let's say, hey, this thing might bounce. If you got long here, you know, you just have to go, well, I'll give it $1. You know, if I buy it here at 20 and it does not work, I'm willing to risk a point on it. As far as taking this one home for a swing trade, I would not. I personally would not, because who knows what might happen, right? All depends on your risk tolerance. But for an intraday, small risk, you never know. As the day progresses, if it gets a little perky here, we might have a little bit of a rebound. Speaking of rebounds, where did... Yeah, the CVAC. If you went long CVAC, hoping for a bounce, you got rewarded nicely. A couple of my trading friends here at the firm made that exact trade and got paid nicely today. Someone's asking for the cloud link for the options radar. Sure, I think I killed it, but let me bring it back up here and I will happily drop it into the chat panel. All right, let me generate that cloud link. Well, let's see. For some reason, I still can't type today. All right, there's the cloud link in there for the options volume radar. 1 second here, ladies and gents. People blowing up my text messages, but they'll just have to wait. All right. So there's the options radar. Let's see here. Just catching up on questions. All right, I found my place. Do you have the link for the strength alerts to upload from the cloud? Sure. It's this window right here. Now just keep in mind, this is the same window that if you go down to the strength alerts, this window is in there as well. So you can always grab it from there too. But I'll just drop it in there right now. All right, there is also the one for strength alerts. What is the time frame to release the new version? Well, hopefully soon. Hopefully soon. I'll tell you what, I mean, I don't think they snuck it in on me. But I'm pretty certain. Well, that is not the right place. But if it's not there yet, which I don't think it is, it should be relatively soon. 4281. Right. So as I suspected, it is not there yet, and you know, we all want it to come out sooner than later. But as the coders would say, it'll be ready when it's ready. But hopefully, if I had to take a guess, you know, we're almost at the end of this week. So if we keep our fingers crossed, hopefully, we might be able to see it by the end of next week. Okay, Islam, if you see the links that I dropped, all you have to do is highlight and copy the link for the volume option radar. So I'll just walk you through that process. So if I copy the link, once I copy it, all I have to do is come over here to File from the TI toolbar, hit Load from Cloud. I think I copied it. And notice, once I paste it in there, a lot of the times it auto-pastes, but for some reason it didn't that time. I think it's from the chat panel and the YouTube doesn't like it. But anyway, once you paste it in there and you hit load, it pops right up for you. Okay, and back to your other question, Angela. The question is, does the day and time explain how long to swing the ticker? And I tell you what, let me just pop back over there real quick. And the short answer is no. Okay, the date and time, that's just giving you, that type of, obviously the day and time that it was generated, and then the data that you're seeing right here. Now, when we're talking about swing trading and holding for at least one overnight or longer, typically it's, typically people that swing trade are going to hold for multiple days based on what they're seeing go on in the longer term chart. So I tell you what, so for example, HQY, if we just kind of expand the daily out here, if I were to pick a stop on HQY, say we went long at 77.04, I already had a couple of lines drawn on this chart. It's probably from way back when. But if I had to pick a stop loss, just eyeballing this area right here, I'd probably gravitate to this level here. Of course, notice what we have right here. Swing exit. Okay, so every ticker that you pull up on our charts is automatically going to notate a recommended swing exit. Okay, so that's one way to do it. You can just use the TI swing exits and go, okay, I'm going to get long HQY here at 77. I like it. Hopefully it's going to go up over the next 2, 3, 4 days. But if I am wrong, I'm going to use my swing exit right here. Clearly defined. It's taking into consideration the wick of that day as well, which we all know looks nice and cozy here, but if there really is selling that gets down into this level right here, then we might take a little excursion down there. So if you really wanted to have a, and if I was actually going to put this trade on, I'd probably want to encompass this because things can get crazy, especially in the opening 15 minutes. A lot of the times things can go down there and test those levels. So if I was to take HQY home, I would simply do less size than I normally do. If we're talking about 77.05, actually that's not a bad risk there. All right, just a little. It's about 2.5 points. Okay, but sometimes that might seem a little scary. Bottom line is, it doesn't matter if it's 2.5 points, 5 points, 5-point wiggle or a 5-point stop loss. That's acceptable, assuming you taper down your size, right? Say you were risking $200 a trade. Well, if you had to risk 5 points, you probably shouldn't be in more than 40 shares. Okay, Mike, regarding the options radar, what are the various ways you can rank the columns in regards for different strategies of trading? Yeah, good question. Well, I guess that would depend on the patterns that you're looking for, right? Let me just pull this up one more time here. It's kind of like, what do you want to be the priority here? When we are looking for good trades, typically we're going to be looking for our favorite chart pattern. Okay, just like my favorite windows. I'll tell you what, let me pin this. So I have to keep reopening it. I'll pin that, come back over here. And from my perception of things, I would use this metric or these metrics, whether it be total options volume traded for today, or maybe you're focusing on just calls or puts. But it would be the same methodology for me, okay? For example, when I'm looking for nice and cozy opening range breaks, I know that all the stocks coming through here have volume, which is what I like, all right? So, CAPR having lots of volume going up. Well, I would apply the same methodology here, because many times if the options volume is high, regular volume is going to be high as well. So there's not really a way to tell, oh, well, there's more puts being traded today than calls, therefore the stock must go down. No, not necessarily, because there's always a seller of those puts as well as a buyer, and vice versa for the call activity. So for me, I would just use the options data, and I prefer typically to look at percent options volume as a whole, okay? And I would just factor that in pretty much like volume. In the Holly trades, when I break those down in the Monday webinar, I talk about I like when we see 3-star trades, which are, hey, the AI brought them to us with statistical viability. I also like the secondary chart pattern that might play out. Oh, and by the way, we have raging volume, a 3-star trade. Well, you could tack on a 4-star. Hey, it's got the volume, it's got the statistical probability, it's got the pattern that I like, plus the options volume is off the charts, okay? So, Mike, I don't know if that's exactly what you were getting at there. But for me, I don't trade individual options. So I just prefer to look at this as another metric that can help me feel good about pulling the trigger, And as I said earlier, most of the time when we see the high options volume, you're going to see high relative volume accompanying that. Now, PRMW only doing 2.65, but doing 21 times the normal options volume. All right. I would expect, if I had to have guessed before I looked at this metric, I'd see a lot higher on the relative scale, but that's not the case. And when we look at what PRMW is doing today, well, it's going down, and look at the put activity. And I'm just noticing on the longer term, this also appears to be, let's see how old this guy is. Okay, there we go. I don't know why my charts are so laggy. Primo Water's been around a long time. Well, I apologize. I'm getting a lot of lag here. But we could always do a little experimentation here. Oops. There's my anchor. On this day right here, we gapped up. Interesting. Okay. So if I anchor to that gap up day, look at the purple line here. Of course, we've got the moving averages as well to contend with. But I don't know. Now that I'm looking at this one on the weekly, I mean, we've got this little range to contend with here, but this might mean something. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. And of course, I haven't been looking at options volume heavily here lately. But things like this might be interesting when you see, man, not so bad on the relative volume scale, but man, this massive put volume today. All right, just doing a little time check here. What basic windows? Okay, my favorite windows, okay. Predominantly, the windows that I have here, let me just refresh my layout here, are some of my favorite windows. Of course, that's what everybody's default layout is. It's going to be the things that you want to see. For example, I always like to keep my eyes on things that are hitting all-time highs and all-time lows. Man, I don't know. I need to do some cleanup here. Hold on. Stocks hitting all-time highs and all-time lows. That's what these windows here are. And then I've got my intraday highs and lows with volume. Okay, are these two guys here. Predominantly looking for good intraday opening range breaks. And these can be geared more for the swing trading time frame. Of course, I always like to see the strength alerts up as well. And bingo, we got the Holly All Trades panel up there too. Of course, this is only one part of my desktop. I've got some other windows up as well that you can't see, and a single stock window. So let me just do this. Let me kill some of these windows off, and instead of doling these out in individual windows, I could just simply share my layout file with you. Or I tell you what, since I've already dropped those other windows in there, if you tell me which ones you'd like to have, turbo down, no support, turbo up, no resistance, and my intraday windows, be more than happy to drop those in. We've already got strength and options radar in there, so I will go ahead and drop these two as well. Okay, that's the new high with high relative volume, and you might be asking, well, what is high relative volume? We're going to be requiring a number 3 on the relative volume, both for the upside and the downside tickers here. Okay, and that is new low with high rel volume. Yeah, and actually these are modified versions, this new T high and new T low. These are modified versions that I modified quite some time ago. And if we pop over to the Traders Vault real quick here, which is a compilation of some of my favorite alert and top list, Andy's, Steve's, Sean's. That's why they're so small, so we can pack them in there. But turbo breaks down, turbo breaks up. These were the original versions based around the intraday high volume stocks hitting highs and lows. Back then I was using 1 minute volume. Okay, so the ones that I just dropped into the chat panel there, we've dispensed with 1 minute volume and are looking at relative volume. Okay, and in the same vein, we got the turbo up family no resistance, as well as the turbo up or turbo down family no support, meaning no resistance. When we look to the left on these guys that are hitting all-time highs, well, if I could get that chart to open up, you know, when we look to the left here, we see there's nothing for it to bump its head into. On the other side of the coin, things that are going down, and we look to the left and there's no apparent support. Okay, so that's the nature of these guys. The 3 different colors are just different market caps. The greens are going to be 4 billion and higher. The blues are going to be between 2 and 4 billion, and then the yellow ones are the lower caps, 2 billion and below on the market cap. So you can always pop into the Traders Vault and just right click on these guys and save them to your cloud, and then you can pull them up and make them part of your default layout. All right, and I think we got about a minute left here. Let me just touch base with Mr. Barry. Mike, always a pleasure, sir. And while we're waiting for Barry to reclaim the steering wheel, Islam, I see your question there about how to load the 2200 EMA, or which EMA are you using and how to install it on the charts. I typically stick to SMAs, but anytime you want to add a study, like a moving, you can add the exponential moving averages on the charts. We just don't have them as alerts or filters. So if we right click here and we just go to indicators, we can do moving average EMA or we can do moving average SMA. So you would just click there, put in your period number, assign your color, and as soon as you hit close, that new indicator, that new moving average will pop up there for you. All right, Barry told me he has begun streaming, so thanks everybody. Hope you got a little bit out of this. Always a pleasure. Hope everybody's having a nice screen day, and good luck tomorrow.
Volume and how few alerts we've had today kind of tells you the nature of the day a little bit. You know, the fact that we've had so few of each kind of tells you, again, that maybe there's not a lot of trend today in the things that I'm watching. I know somebody's going to say, yeah, but what about this one? I'm just looking back to see if there's anything that's moved since these alerts. Well, the only thing I can say about ORPH is that the spread's good and it's not doing too much. That's about the best I can say about it. I'm back. Okay, thank you, Mike. So you guys can hear me. Hi, Asia. Asia. Asia and Mike. I was just saying that, I'm talking to the guys in YouTube now, you know, the fact that I had very few alerts from my momentum up and the options, it's kind of telling you kind of the day it's been. Tilray, okay, let me just see what Tilray looks like. You'll like this. 1774. Okay. So, well, you see, even there is the cross. You're absolutely right. I think okay, I'm going to have to get you guys to do a little more homework. Okay? If the gap is not 3%, either up or down, then we won't see it. What would concern me is if the gap was up or down 3% and we didn't see the cross. Because right now that is the that's one of the criteria. I think we might be able to take that out and use relative volume instead, which you would not see the cross either. And real should be going cross. Do you? Yeah. What? Yeah, we're actually getting closer. We're getting closer. Okay. This is one that was alerted to earlier in the day, GDX. You have to go back a bit. Right there. There's the cross right there. 3502. What is it now? So it has come back. But it did get down to 3487. No, that's incorrect. The cross was at 3565. Yeah, it was up here. Anyway, we're getting a little bit closer. And what we're trying to do, though, we want to make sure that the right ones are, well, when I say the right ones, that with the filters in place, we are getting the crosses. But I think what we're going to, oh, you were answering, oh, okay. Oh, okay, now you got me confused. So, okay, you are answering me. So what we're looking at doing then is replacing the gap up or down 3% with a relative volume and say maybe making it 2. See, right now, there is no user definition whatsoever right now. I mean, ultimately, yes, there'll be user definition, but we are getting closer. It's all to do with this. You guys don't have this feature down here, but Market Explorer, ME. We do a lot of things with that, but it's a tedious process. Okay, cool, Chris. This is these will be real-time alerts. And only in the 2-minute chart. I mean, we're it's baby steps right now, guys. Real baby steps, but it's a start. It's only been in the works for about 5-6 years. I see this one was another one of those China stocks. AGMH. Something happened here. I guess you guys. I was on break. Another one that's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So, guys, this is what I'm kind of talking about. I could probably go through each one of these, and there was just really no trend. This is from my watch list. You got the alert, boom, and then just sinks. Rhombus was another one. That was, of course, from the AI also. This is the one I should have shorted. I wanted to short underneath 2240. TIRX, let's see what's happened with this one. Yeah, I mean, the pops, guys, but boy, really no follow through on the, from the things from my watch list. I'm not saying there's no follow through anywhere, but just one of those days. Problem is, rubber toe. If we had no alert, if we had no filters or very few filters, in theory, you could get 10, 20, 30, in 2 seconds. It would just keep firing and firing and firing and firing. Especially on a 2-minute chart. I'm looking at my thumbnail charts. I'm not really seeing anything that interesting either. Let's take a look at HNST. So very strange to me anyway that they would have an earnings release within 3 months, but they did. So there's the reaction, but kind of just flattened out for a while. You are teasing me. Okay. Okay, so I type in the search window. I've never used the search window. Let me go SLB. So it's not a matter of even going into new and then trying to find it somewhere. Okay, I'm doing that. Nothing's coming up for me. But you've intrigued me. SLB rate. I'm typing it under file. I see something that says SLB rate, and then there's oh, okay, open as a new window. Okay. It's possible I just don't see where it's opened. Let me just see something here. It must be hidden behind something. I see what you're talking about. It must be hidden behind something, though. Ah, there it is. I got to look left. Okay. Oh, I see. So that just tells me more immediately. I see what you're saying. A little more immediately like this, as opposed to having to hover over. Oh, I see. Okay. All right. That's cool. Another toy. However, just a minute. Now that we're just having kind of fun here, I'll look at HOL. Yes. Just give me a moment here, though. Oh, idiot. Just give me a moment. What I'm trying to do is make William jealous. William, are you around? So how's this for a nice pop-up for IB? Okay. And you're telling me that E-Trade won't tell you anything. How long has E-Trade been around? Don't tell me. I'm kidding, of course. That seems so crazy to me. Okay, what do I think about HOL? Okay, somebody asked me about HOL. Holicity. Okay, so this is okay. So this is a blank check company. So I really don't have any. I can't tell you anything about it because it's a blank check company. It's a SPAC. Who are they going to buy? Like who announces multi-launch contract with Planet? I'm assuming this is a SPAC still. Yeah, so it hasn't merged with any. So I don't know. I can't tell you anything. I mean, obviously it went up to $12 a few days ago, but this is a SPAC. And even if you told me who they're planning to merge with, I mean, I really would have no opinion. Because if everybody knows who they're going to merge with, right now there's no excitement about it. Oh yeah, there's so many SPACs. It's nonsensical. I don't even bother putting them in anymore. I used to add them to our SPAC list. It's just nonsensical. Man, this is slow, guys. For me, it's very, very slow. I have not had any new alerts. The only thing I'm going to do is have fun with this. Well, you could always, I mean, if you were really, really, you wanted to get into it, you could create your SPAC list, Chris, if you have a SPAC list. I mean, if you really want, if it really bothers you, and then you just right-click, configure, and then symbol lists, and then say exclude the following lists. So you'd have to create a SPAC list, and then add it, make sure it's here, and then you would just say exclude the following lists. If it really bothers you that much. Yeah, you'll miss the odd, especially foreign companies. You know, you will miss the odd the odd one using the trick. It doesn't bother me that much. Well, hopefully you obeyed all the stops. I mean, yeah, Holly did not have a good day today. I'm just looking at the percentages. Not have a good day today, but you know, I mean, you got to hopefully you obeyed all your stops. You didn't have to take every trade. This is just snoozing here. Look at the SPY, just snoozing. Not really doing much. Okay, guys, I'm going to ask you a question. Okay, guys, so this is part of this new docking feature that, you know, will be released maybe sometime next week. The only reason why it's not released right now is I have to work on creating all the channels that you have, you know, in the called the 4 point whatever version. Okay, so the question is, what do you think of the look of this pre-market channel? We're trying to get a more structured look, less messy in all of the channels. Okay, so what do you guys think of this? Never, not talking about the size of it, but just, you know, how it is displayed. Because what the idea would be probably to kind of mimic the other channels, kind of look like this. You know, two charts, single stock window, at most three. Well, this is a multi-strategy window, a couple of top lists. So you know what? Because I can't load what it looks like. What does it look like in the other? If you load it, I can't do it. So if you guys can maybe take a moment, I mean, I don't make sure you save your layout to the cloud. How different is it from the pre-market channel that we have right now? Where is it? Excuse me. Where are you? Here. There's the pre-market channel as it is. So how does it compare to this? No, Bryce, if you're in the United States, you're nailed with that. Okay? Yeah, the columns being wide is something that is that's part of the issue. I mean, you can always, of course, you can always move them down or shrink them a bit. Excuse me. Let me just add that though. Now, let me just do something here. Yeah, okay. So see, this would shrink down. I mean, obviously you would not, you don't have to have it as big as I had it. And in which case then you just have to, if you shrink it down too much, you just have to, see that's the bit of the bug or what they have to work on a little bit more on the column sizing. But I mean, that's kind of what it would look like then. Just give me a moment, please. I want to, just have to show Andy. Andy's sort of in charge of. Is there a way to set entry times down to the second? No. You're trying to scalp. This is not a scalping program, really, Gordon. Okay, you're trying to, get in and out of a trade in 10 seconds or 5 seconds or 1 second. Seriously, this is not a scalping program. That's a good idea, but you can't do that. No. What they're trying to do is create, for price, they're trying to make sure it would be, it would correspond to the prices you have in here. The problem is, I mean, if you typically have $18.83 and now you've got a 3-digit one or maybe a 4-digit one, I'm not sure how that's going to work. But they're trying to get it so it's smart enough to put a price in, fix a price in, fix volume in, things like that, so you don't have to do anything. So guys, I'm trying to help out Andy here. He says that the release that I just had is not what should have happened. I hope this works. Aha, okay, this is what it was, this is what it's supposed to look like. Okay, so you see all the columns are, the only problem is you might have to, yeah, just have to, sometimes, just like what that we have now, there might be some adjustment depending on the size, but that's it, that is what it would look like. So that's what it would look like, okay? So that's a lot cleaner. So what we're trying to do is to create commonality in all of the channels, so it's cleaner look. Yeah, I certainly cannot. I cannot recommend offshore brokers or anything like that. But the talk is trading with under $25,000 in the U.S. Can you trade? Yes, you can. You're talking. You can trade 4 o'clock. The question was, can you trade at 4 a.m.? I'm assuming you're talking Eastern time with interactive brokers. Yes, you can. when you say each channel will have a defined box, what do you mean by that exactly? I mean, our channels, they are set formats, if that's what you mean. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I mean, this is great. We're trying to sort of getting into the almost beta phase of this, but we're still in alpha. So I'm trying to help the guys out. Andy specifically, who is designing the channel bar, the new channel bar. Yikes, invalid. Just give me a moment, please, guys. No. Well, okay, I don't know how to quite answer that. I mean, I can show you right here. I mean, this is our. Give me a moment. I mean, this is what it looks like. I mean, it's so when you say have its own dock, I mean, it has its own channel. So here's the earnings channel. Okay, it's very similar to what you have right now. It's just that now you can load, a channel and not have your own layout disappear. Okay. See, I think what they'd want to do is get rid of some of these windows here. Okay. It's exactly the same as before. It's just it allows you to load, a channel, and not have to worry about your or because remember, a channel is a layout, so you don't have to worry about your layout disappearing. All right, guys, cuz on the move down after that little pop up, and it's moving against the market because the market is kind of moving higher, but cuz is moving down, CUZ, and on the weekly chart has some room down to around that 3680 level. And oh yeah, there are 4.33 million shares available to short at Interactive Brokers. Thanks for that, Dreamer. I just have to find a place to stick it. Pitbull in the room. I don't. Were you earlier in the room? I can't remember. Don't remember seeing you. 4 straight days. And when it's not available, it ain't available. Look at that. Not available for short sale. That is VU. Why doesn't the symbol show up here? Symbol name, I'm wondering. Well, maybe VUME didn't show up for a reason, but no, I think what happened is let me do this. Let me do VUME again. All right, there it is. Ah, pink sheet. You're right, it is a pink sheet. So what are you doing showing us a pink sheet stock? Just a minute. No, I'm just kidding you, Pitbull. I'm kidding you. We just rarely see any. Every now and then a guy comes in and says, hey, take a look at this, and we look at the price and it's like 0.000001. All right, so Cat B just showed up here. Look at the volume. Look at the volume. I mean, when I say just showed up, I'm just sort of seeing it now. It showed up a little earlier, around 226. Actually, 226 at 142. So right here, look at the volume for Cat B. All right, I found a spot for it. Okay. Yeah, so I saw somebody say, why don't you share that scan? Now, listen, 99.1%. Okay, that's on a scalp. I have no idea how much he's trying to make. 1, 2, 5 cents, 6 cents. You may get nailed with the fact that you won't be able to get the trade exactly when you want to get the trade. You know, when you actually use real money, you might get commissions. I don't know, but it seems too good to be true. Okay. Nothing is going to be 99.1%. I mean, I'm not saying it's not when you do a back test on it, but in real life, it's just not going to happen. Now, I'd love to be proven wrong. Will I get a new bill tomorrow? I'm not sure. Well, this would be a day if I weren't in a trading room right now and moderating it, I'd be just saying goodbye. All right, guys, I am now back, and today, it's 1:49. So today is actually marketing meeting day. Yeah, it is Thursday, 2 o'clock. So I'll be heading out. Well, I'll be in the room. I'll be able to answer questions post-wise, but just not on the mic. Meanwhile, ENTX on the move here, guys. Wow, look at this one. I mean, this is really interesting. I mean, look what happened last month. It got all the way up to 10, not last month, but 3 months ago, got up to 10 something. It's having a nice, yeah, this is the breakout day. Had a bit of a day yesterday, but this is the breakout day for ENTX. 16.5 million in the float, so it's a low float. trading 5.5 times normal. For me, it really has to take out 5 though. I think it'll easily stall right at 5. And there are 252,000 shares available to short. And they did, they had news this morning securing a European patent. They did have news this morning. All right, actually starting to get a few more guys. Dream Finders Homes. Who the heck are you? DFH. DFH just came in. Terrible week last week. Look at the week it had. Dropped $10, more than $10 last week. Looks like this is an IPO back here. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So yeah, this ENTX, well, it might take out 5. What did I say? I said might be interesting if it takes out 5. And it's trying. This is definitely a delayed reaction because that news was early this morning. Yeah, that's not the right way to do it, Bryce. I'm sure you know. But especially with, wow, I mean, this with that one, it can be extremely whippy, as you know, as you well know because you were in it. Yeah, I do see gray here. This is on the option scan. Let's see, 561 was the alert. What has it done since then? Not much. You too, JB. We'll see you tomorrow. All right, guys, I'll put myself on mute while I'm in this marketing meeting. So I'm just going to put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, Angela. So AMD, it doesn't really matter what channel you're in, but if you see sell or something like that, let me just get AMD up. All that means is it was a previous AI alert. That's all that means. Okay? It doesn't matter what sector. If you brought up AMD just from any or just literally typed it into the chart, you'll see the AI for whatever reason really liked to sell and went buy sell. These are just previous AI alerts. If you hover over the flag itself, you should see, well, maybe on this development version you don't. That's interesting. Oh, there we go. You hover over the flag enough, you'll see what the entry and the exit. Okay, so but that's all that means. These were previous AI alerts. When you see a flag, an arrow that looks like that with a sell or a buy button. Okay. All right, guys. So yeah, so just a brief update on the docking. So yeah, some work has to get done on creating the new channels for the dock. I showed you one. Trying to get some uniformity so that they kind of all look alike. Make sure that the sizing of the columns is correct. Things like that. So it's a painstaking operation. Andy is doing it. But we have to make sure, we don't want to, I mean, look, we can always change it at a later date, of course, but trying to get it right the first time. Yeah, I'm not sure there was any news on this one. This is just one of those, that was a China IPO that shouldn't have done what it did the day of, but it did. Got all the way up to 100 and whatever. Not the day of necessarily, the week of. But I don't know if there's any news on it. No, I don't see any news. So definitely these regional banks just got clobbered today. Let's take a look at the let me see my spider sector list here. I'm sure I'm going to see that there's KBE and KRE just got clobbered today. The only sector well, let's see. Actually, there are more sectors up than I thought. A lot of it, of course, is because the Nas is ripping today. So there is a huge disconnect this morning or today with the growth stocks versus the traditional stocks. Well, yeah. In fact, well, you have to have brokerage. Yes, the BNS buttons have to work with Brokerage Plus. Yes, but basically, what you do is you assign one strategy, one of your own strategies. You assign one to be the buy or the long strategy, and another one, if you want to, you assign it. See how it says here. So if I pick this strategy, I don't know why I can't see my strategy name, but it would just have to be a column I add. But I would pick one of them, set as default chart long strategy. So you pick one to be your long and one to be your short. And then when you click on the buy or the sell, it'll follow the rules that you created. And again, no, of course, I'm sure you know this. You have to have an Interactive Broker or an E-Trade account to be able to do that. Give me a moment here. There we go. That looks a little better. So there are the names. Yeah. So you just pick whatever one you want to be your default chart long, versus and the other one and another one to be your default short long or short strategy, using the B and the S buttons on the chart. Guys, I was, while I was in the meeting, I was watching this NOG. Look at this NOG, Northern Oil and Gas. Look at this one moving smartly. Now, 1946 looks like there's maybe some resistance. When was the first time we saw that? 1901. Just looking here. Right there. 1901 was the original alert. Not bad either. I mean, it had the initial pop, kind of a little base, and then the pop over 19, and it really moved. All right, guys. Well, it's starting to wind this down. This has been probably the slowest day in the last couple of weeks for me. And there have been some interesting ones, but not with the kind of continuation I was looking for. Unless you got into these banks, the banks were just getting crushed today. These regional banks, anyway. I don't know about all the banks, but certainly these regional banks keep showing up on the trend reversal down. I mean, this is what we're looking at. Yeah, I see MTP is it's on my thumbnails, and I do see that it's popping up. Yeah, again, another one that had a big pre-market, got all the way up to 369. Market opens and it just moved, dropped $1. Not shortable for me. DAC. All right, guys. So this is what I'm going to do for the balance of today, which is only about 20 minutes. Again, I'll just pop my homepage link in, talk briefly about it. Once in a blue moon. Must be blue. I'll look tonight. Really? Are you sure? Okay. Is it possible it went into your spam? Let me just pass that on. Is it possible? Just give me a moment. I'm just going to notify her again. I lost my Bluetooth connection. Just give me a moment. Oh, don't tell me this is happening again. Just. All right, how about promotions? Do you have Gmail? Sometimes these things go into a promotion folder also. Anyway, I just notified her. I'll see what she says, okay? Okay, guys, so again, clicking on my link, save the link. Lots of information. I know I say it all the time, but there is a lot of information in my link. So there's my home page, there's the tab, and here's the link. Click on the link. Of course, a way to take out a subscription if that's what you want to do. There are Barry for Alpha, 15% off. First month only or the entire year. Trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Look at Gray go, guys. Gray on the move. Stock of the day video, you can sign up here. All the scans I'm sharing right here, including my layout. I'm racing through this, guys, because all you have to do is save my link. Don't expect you to look at all these while the market's open or while you're in the room. But here's my layout that I'm sharing, all the individual scans that I'm sharing. And again, all the education links. 20 lessons. You know, what is a top list? Building one, alert windows, creating them, all the way down to Brokerage Plus, the AI, which we nickname Holly. So a lot of information there. Daily support sessions in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Daily webinar, excuse me, today's Thursday, so there is one today. Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. More educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch. Here's a blurb about the AI, a video about the AI. Back to basics, brand new to trading, great video series, starting off with what is a stock. So a lot of information on my homepage. Okay, she says she's going to email you now. Let's see. Implication was that she did it earlier, but let's just see, okay? Tell me if you get an email while I'm still here. Gray. So the original alert for me came in at 561. Now the reason why it would be late, you might think it's late, is because I had to take out that high way back here. Yeah, Atme was awesome if you had shorts for it. I know. Zach is can't hear me. I mean, they could have done a locate, but by the time, I'm just not interested. I can't get them immediately. Thanks. Nothing other than just plugging away what has to, for the new build, just creating the new channels for the docking channel bar, trying to create something that as I said, it's easy to do. It just takes time. I mean, it's not hard. I'm gonna private message you. This is the email address you gave me. It looks the same. Unless I copied it wrong. It looks the same as what you gave me. So you don't have to go. It looks exactly the same. She will do it. So there, it's easier for her to do it rather than if you send her an email, it'll get, it could be one of 500 that are coming in. So do I have a link to yesterday's webinar? Brian, did you sign up for it? Because you should have got an email. So did you not get an email? Might have to check maybe your spam or your promotional folder if you have Gmail or something equivalent with other email services. I mean, you can go to our YouTube room. I don't know how it's organized. You can try going here. I just don't know how it's organized. I don't have a specific link for it. But if you attended the webinar, even if you didn't, even if you signed up for the webinar, even if you didn't attend it, you're supposed to get an email. Yeah, some people, though, it goes for whatever reason into a spam folder or sometimes into a promotional folder. You know, I don't know why, but it just happens for somebody. Friday, QW Day. Yeah, quad witching. Don't know what that is? Look it up. Only 4 of them a year, right? All right, Dreamer. Thanks a lot for all the help. And thank you for the little nugget of the little window that shows instantly whether shorts are available. Did you just find that today, or have you always known? Uh-oh, I can't remember what he called it. If he's not here, I can't remember what he called it. You just do a search. I can't remember what he called it. It's in IB, yes. What do you call it again? In case somebody asks me, what was it called? I know it starts with an S. SLB rate. Thank you. Thanks. So just do a search, Riley, file, and then search and just type in SLB rate, and then a little window beside it, underneath it, you should see a window, and you just click on it. Now it might be hidden somewhere. It was hidden for a while for me. Look at gray, guys. Wow, what a great late dayer. 561 from the option channel. Yeah, so Pitbull, believe it or not, I think the answer depends how long you live till. Yeah, this has been kind of worked on. I can tell you that right now we have a cross, an 820 cross on the 2-minute chart. Now, this is the start, an absolute start, okay? Eventually, all these things will be customizable. Eventually. I cannot define when eventually will be. But right now, I mean, I'm looking at the scan right now. Not allowed to show it to you. And it's a scan that is showing crosses. The 8 EMA crossing the 20 on a 2-minute chart. And it's real time. So, it's a start. So to answer your question, yes. It's not unlike what you're able to do, of course, on the charts themselves. You can take the EMA and SMA and you can create whatever you want, whatever period you want. So it'll be the same idea. You do know that on the charts, right? Maybe you don't. Okay, you do know. Okay. All right, guys. Well, we are just about set to wrap this up. Look at Wrapped, guys. Wrapped is on the move here. This, of course, has been in the news all week. RAPT. Look at the volume that just came into wrapped. RAPT. What was the high yesterday? The high yesterday was 34.34. They did a financing. What was it at? And the answer is, oops, 35.19. So they did a financing at 35.19. It's getting closer to that price. Even if you come in for 10 seconds, right? Boy, the MTP, it's moving. It is moving. Low float, 9.5 million in the float. 100 million have traded. Wow, I mean, it's 10 times the float. I would have thought, but you know, the way it's traded, I mean, there's that big V, boom. Almost a V anyway. Yeah, that I can't help you with, Riley. I've never really run into the issue, but aha. No, so this is this is such a strange company. It look, months ago it had such great news, it seemed. This is Macrogenics. So, but it's just sank. It is just really done nothing. Look at this, $32 down to $20 over what, 3 weeks? And insider buy. I wonder if we have our insider buys here. So look at the volume that's come in. Yeah, it just, well, you know that. It just looks like this. So now instead of having to hover over, you have this little box and it just immediately shows you. All right, guys, unless there are any other questions, I think I'll just shut down now. Ah. I think they only charge if they have to locate for you, okay? But I mean, typically, you know, when I short, I don't see any additional charges. But if they have to locate, I don't even bother. So and yeah, you only pay charges on the short if you hold overnight. Yes. Which I have never, that's the one thing I've never done. I've never held a short overnight. Okay, Park. So I mean, you only have to pay anyway if you hold the short overnight. If it's an intraday trade, you're okay. Just like, but to get the absolute, I mean, you should contact Interactive Brokers, okay, to make you know. I don't want to be a spokesperson for them, something like that. All right, guys, I think that's it. I think that's it. I don't see any other questions. Thanks a lot for all of the help. Hopefully for me, anyway, it'll be a little more dynamic a day tomorrow. And come on into the room. I will have a Father's Day promotional code for you. Okay, I'm shutting the room down now, so I'll open tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. I hope to see you then. Bye-bye.